Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, and welcome back to the high seas, where we're going to be painting some more of these guys. So this is another, boy, it's almost the same size as this one right here, and we're going to paint it very much like this one. So we've got our, oh gosh, I forget what the high elves are called, the Armored Wolf. Hopefully today has been productive for you. It's hard to believe we already actually have two of these ships, and we've got a couple of more prepped here. I think I'll be doing these probably just as either YouTube videos, Patreon videos, that sort of thing. But we've got another, I think this is the only other big one that I've gotten. This is as big as it gets for the elf ships. No, don't really get too much bigger than this one right here. So this is going to be fun. We've got, what's nice is that this mainsail is a little bit more parallel to the main beam of the ship, which is kind of nice instead of those ones that are really canted off to the side. Now we got our palette over here. I'll just talk about that very briefly. So the usuals here of, I'm going to have to add some more of the indigo out there, but we've got the indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown. We got a little bit crowded over here on this side. Hey Valfera, how you doing? So Valfera, it seems like about 7:30, 7:35 is pretty much going to have to be the time for today. We welcome Bitron. Bitron, how you doing? I think I sent you the pictures of those, well, the Star Trek file and the BSG file. That Star Trek file is actually, it's called the Ares. So I don't know, yeah, obviously it's not an Enterprise, it's not even, and it's more like an ambassador class or something. So we've got radiance of, sorry, of the yellow, turquoise, blue, violet, magenta, green. I think we have all the magenta, all of the radiance out here. I do have a couple of the homemade fluorescents because of the sales. So we're going to be using that on the Phoenixes, of course. Glad that you're doing well there, Bitron. And we've got the phthalo green, Prussian blue. We'll be using those, of course, down here on our base. We actually have a little bit of the Egyptian violet, Fanchon red, of course. Even a little bit of the scarlet. Now, we do have the brilliant yellow pale. And earlier today, let me see. That's a little bit hard to reach. We did get our brilliant yellow pale replacement, but there's also this. So we will be doing a video soon using this indigo here and just see how different it is from the other indigo. We'll do color charts with it. We welcome in Flight of Coconuts. How you doing? Nice to see you too. Valfera, I haven't had a chance to use those yet. I was almost thinking of pouring the contents of the plastic bottles sorry, into these. I think you recognize those, right? So those are the same ones I think that you got. So we'll see how those work. I might need to grab a cough drop here too. Hey Sammy, how you doing? Nice to see you. So, oh, and two, remember the Imri figure that we had to finish for, well, technically tomorrow, but since we're doing this, no, actually it was technically for like midnight tonight was the deadline. This had to be done before today because I had to get all the pictures ready and such. So this is that Imri conversion that we've showed you every so often on that horsey. So what I'm going to try and do is either find other horses that are similar to this or see if the Medbury horses will work, and maybe we try and do that same freehand pattern on some of the Medbury guys. Maybe we'll have to sculpt some capes on them if they don't already have capes. So that could be very fun. I thought they might look familiar to you there, Valfera. So let's work our way into this here. And oh, actually, here's that latest walrus guy right here. And he's got, they're on 60 mil bait. He's pretty big. Look at that. He fills up the whole screen there with his big old choppy stick. Yeah, that's what he calls it, the big old choppy stick. All right, let's get to, let's get out some of our filbert brushes. We know we're going to need those. And I'm just going to find some crafty brushes like this. Craft brushes, right? Let's begin with the water here. Now, boy, you know, that indigo is going to be different because this has a little bit more greenishness to it. This is definitely more of a reddish. Oh yeah, that's, well, maybe not as much as I thought, but I think there's gonna, now I also want to see just how, see, they rate that as mostly, see, tricksy, very, very tricksy there. Hey, Thranuel, how you doing? Nice to see you. See, that's got a little too much thinner. A little too much thinner. We're gonna back away from that thinner here. We're also gonna throw in a little bit more of an indigo, little indigo. Now starting to work in just a touch of the phthalo green. Not a ton of it, just a little bit. Back over here to the Prussian blue, like so. And then we're going to wipe this away, like you do. Let's see, lost in a new chess opening. Oh gosh, what are, I forget what, there was one that was sort of your standard opening gambit thing, and I couldn't remember exactly what it was. I know there's a, oh, here, let's just, yeah, there we go. You can see just how elaborate we get with stuff. Yeah, it's nothing but precision here. Crazy Wolf, nice to see you. Oh, Crazy Wolf, I think, speaking of which, yeah, look, there's the new indigo. And remember I was telling you when you donated the stuff, we had to get a couple more of our filbert brushes here, so thank you so much for that. That's appreciated. And it is here now. It just showed up a few hours ago. So we'll be doing a video with that because, well, I think it's going to be really interesting to try a whole new indigo, not just for the color of it, but the staining part of it. How does it stain? How does it do some of these other things? So I'll be very curious. Now, what the heck? We'll just do this. And I think we're going to head directly over here to Egyptian Violet. Maybe a little bit of our blue gets in there. A little bit of our blue. Valfera, it's not really, what would you say? It's not really a goal to shift over to Williamsburg. It's more, remember how we've been talking about the Van Dyke Brown and how Winsor Newton, well, shall we say, finishes last? Sometimes nice guys finish last. I don't know if Van Dyke Brown is a nice guy, but the Winsor Newton version finishes last. The Van Dyke Brown version was one that I really liked, and I used it a lot. I even have a whole nother tube of it ready to go. But then I just got the Williamsburg one, and that is my favorite of the three. And other people also say the same thing. They kind of like the Williamsburg one best, and they really hate the Winsor Newton one. So that's pretty much what that's all about. Hey Megan, how you doing? And of course, thank you so much, Aspire Painting, for that host with the most. We're gonna ride to ruin in the world's ending. This is so cool. Gambling's like, yeah, man, what was that about the world's ending? He's like, wait, what did I say? World's ending? Huh? I kid. We're going to Disney World. Ooh, well, that's cool, but I don't see any rides. He's like, you see those things over there? It's like, you mean those big things walking around with like a lot of guys riding on the back of them? He's like, yep, those are the rides. It's like, I think they're the ones on the rides. I don't think that's going to be good for us. So thank you so much for that host. That is appreciated. Frederick, how you doing? Nice to see you. I think oh, hey, Holt Mini, nice to see you too. Nice to see you, Holt Mini.
Who enters my domain?
Is Aspire Painting raids with a party of 5. We're going to show them, we're not going to show them more Rohan horsies. We're going to show them more ships. That's what we're painting right here, where you guys just at the start, literally just at the start. So yeah, Spire, I was like, okay, that's that we got a host. We'll do our usual thing, and then all of a sudden along came the raid. So thank you so much, Aspire Painting, and if everyone else could please give Aspire Painting a follow, that would be fantastic. So Megan, yeah, Megan, I really did like the bust there, and I think you've got it back to maybe a good place where you would like it to be. Now these are from Mantic, see Armada right here. And we're doing some more of our elf ships. These are actually the 2 largest ships. We have another one over here that we did probably last Monday. And we did this one last Monday here. Another one of the Armada ships. And here's some more of the Armada ships that we painted here. We've gosh, how many different fleets have we painted? Not necessarily all complete fleets. I think the Empire of Dust is probably the most complete of all the fleets. There we go. So there's a small batch of them. And we definitely, I think, have mostly the Empire of Dust fleet. We do have a fair amount of Basilean ships. I think we got the starter Orc fleet with the big boy right there. So yes, we have done a few of those ships, and we're right in the middle of the pre-glaze. Now, as you can see, we started getting our water down, starting to work on the hull. Then we're going to get to the deck, and I think you can see here that this gold, as it is more of a greenish color. Well, we wanted that to be a nice contrast to the sails. Also, if it's down by the water line, why would it not be reflecting? And of course, the water here, that's not just painted on, that's actually a three-dimensional effect. We actually went in with something called heavy gloss gel, and as you can see, we actually sculpted the waves. Then once you get some paint on them, you can see, boy, that really sets the stage, doesn't it? Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? And thank you so much. All right, now I think we have all of our violet there. We're going to grab ourselves another craft brush right here, and we're going to get into the deck on this ship. Here we go. Let's use this brush right here. We're going to mostly go, I think, with some Van Dyke brown and a little bit of the brown matter as well. And what we're going to be doing, and you can see we wiped some of this paint off. Well, we're going to be doing that again. We'll be doing that again after we finish this little application here. So think of it like an active zenithal. Instead of something dead that you just paint over, this is something active that we're actually going to use. And you'll see that in just a bit, few minutes from now. Now, I don't want to get too much thinner on this. Also, might even throw a little bit of perline black in there too. Just reasons. As you can see, it's getting awful dark, and it's all going to look very similar before stuff is wiped away. Not a terribly productive day. Well, I'm glad that you're at least able to get some things done. So Aspire, what were you working on during the stream? And of course, if you have any, I know you don't have pictures right now because you just finished, but if you've got some work in progress Instagram posts or anything like that you want to share, feel free. The oils that we're using, kind of we call it the big three of Winsor, Newton, Gamlin, and Williamsburg. Of the three, the Williamsburg are going to be the most costly. The Winsor, Newton, and the Gamlin are really, 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 really close in price. Very close in quality level. The Williamsburg is going to be a higher quality level. Hey, K-Sauce, nice to see you back too. Boy, it's been a little while. Thanks so much for joining here. Now, on our last stream, this was the guy we painted. No, well, we did all that Candish stuff, but this was our last kind of regular daily stream right here. This all of these walrus guys that we painted were 4.5 hours each, start to finish, using the oils. Here's another one. So again, these are all from Archvillain. These are 3D printed. And believe it or not, that's one piece. The entire walrus, the shield, the tail, his pody stick, all that stuff was just one piece. Now, we did just finish this guy right here with a little freehand here and there. Not much, just a little, just a taste of freehand. And, well, I guess it fits the theme that we're going to be doing more freehand. Yes, we are. Thranuel, that's just the way Twitch is. Sometimes even Armored Wolf doesn't get notifications, even though Armored Wolf is the moderator. So it's just kind of like that. It comes and it goes. And there is, unfortunately, that is nothing we streamers have any control over. That's just the wonders of Twitch. And it will also unfollow too. So yeah, every so often you might want to check your favorite streamers and just make sure you're still following them, because it will do that. I've had it happen to me. Armored Wolf has had it happen. So it can happen. Thanks, Bitron. Yeah, the ye old Prince Imrahil was, well, I think we actually, didn't we do all the sculpting of him on stream? Yeah, we did. That was when we were doing all of our conversions and stuff. Oh, yeah, Thranio, I didn't realize it. Uh, there was actually kind of a, I don't want to say a controversy or whatever, but people kept saying that that was a myth, that Twitch would unfollow and all that kind of stuff. And people said, no, that doesn't happen. And other people try to say, yeah, it does. And then we pretty much got confirmation when all of a sudden there was people that I was following that all of a sudden I wasn't following anymore. And there were people that were following me. And they said, wait a minute, I know I followed you. And I said, yeah, I remember. But then they would have to refollow. So you never know with Twitch, right? Again, we're just doing a little bit of a mix here between some greens and some browns and whatever. Doesn't matter to me. It's gonna, a lot of it's gonna get wiped off, and then we're gonna be doing some of our lighter tones over the top of it. So yeah, see, Bithron has had to deal with that too. So it's definitely not an urban legend, as they say. Now, what we're going to do is we'll wipe this off, then we'll hit the sails, then we'll get to those sails. All right, where's the makeup sponges? Let's do this thing. Let's do this. And I don't care if some of the purple wipes in there, it doesn't matter to me. And again, Valfera, thanks for the sponges too. I know I've said it a couple times before, but there's so many figures. Now that we're kind of past a couple of things, there's going to be lots and lots of hordes of figures being painted, and we're going to need a ton of those sponges. Possibly also get into some terrain too. Let's see. Well, hey, Bithron, look at this. Happy Heretic wants to have hordes and hordes of mechs. Happy Heretic's got a long way to go though till he can match Bithron's horde of mechs. Actually, Bithron, yeah, if you want to throw your Insta links to some of the mechs that you've been working on. Yeah, K-Sauce, I've already started working my way through the one that I ordered that showed up. And yes, we'll be working on the ones that Valfera was generous enough to send. This way, when there was the great sponge shortage, when the sponges I wanted just would not show up. All right, I think we've got that just about wiped off. Now let's just get to these sails, shall we? Let's get to these sails. We got our Fanchon red. And if you remember, we didn't hardly put any liquid in this at all. If we did, it was very, very little. And I mean, by a little, I mean extreme. Even that might be too much. So let's get into our sails here. We're making a sales pitch. See what I did right there? More Egyptian violet. And it doesn't take much Egyptian violet, let me tell you, to have one heck of an effect. I think we're all caught up, right? I think we're all caught up here. A bit more of our Egyptian violet. And one of the reasons we're going light on this, or shall we say dry on this, is because, well, first of all, red can be kind of shiny, and red can be a little bit persnickety when it comes to getting additional applications of red over top of red. And the less of it we have, now of course, if this was me doing this on my own, I'd be working on the entire fleet all at the same time, and it wouldn't be quite such a big deal. Wouldn't be such a big deal because I could have the time to sort of work on one, move to the next one, let the paint set for a little bit. It's not really going to happen here. Just, well, reasons. We're streaming, right? A little different paradigm there. Let's see. Yeah, actually, K-Sauce, the thing is, does this come with free shipping? Does it come with free shipping? Because as we know, what was it? Oh yeah, Dick Blick and Jerry's Art of Rama, they've, I don't want to say they've eliminated free shipping. See what I did? But it's a whole lot costlier. It is much, much costlier now. I think you got to get like at least $100 on Dick Blick now to get the free shipping, and Jerry's Artorama is somewhere like 75. I've never actually gotten anything from Jerry's, so I believe that's what someone was telling me last time around. Now I think this is where we take some of the brown matter and we mix that with the Egyptian violet here. A little more Egyptian violet maybe. Ooh, that is powerful. That is a powerful color right there. So yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes, and all those shipping containers stuck offshore. Like, dudes, seriously, you're gonna blame us for that? Now the ships are even talking. Everything talks here on the channel. Walruses, cats, you name it. Hey Pluto, how you doing? Boy Pluto, I think what we're gonna have to do eventually is, well, when we paint that Pluto, we'll have to make sure it's ready so that when you show up, we can show everyone that Pluto is indeed a planet, right? This is a pro-Pluto crowd right here. All Pluto all the time, always a planet, always has been, always will be. So thank you so much for joining us. It's our special guest, Pluto, because Pluto knows that Pluto is going to be received very well here, that we all love Pluto. We are not Pluto haters like so-called astronomers. More of this very fun mix of Egyptian violet, a little bit of the brown matter. I suppose I'm creating a much more intense version of purple matter here. Seriously, that is a color. I do have it. But, I mean, why break out that when, well, we already have Egyptian violet on the palette. We already have brown matter on the palette. I'm just going to use the two of them together. And we'll see what happens. And I think we're almost at the point where we've at least got all the primer covered. And the primer was just the usual Badger Stynylrez, nothing fancy about that. Nothing fancy at all. K-Sauce pledges to do oil painting. K-Sauce promises to drink the Kool-Aid. K-Sauce will drink all the Kool-Aid, of course. All the Kool-Aid. You may kind of lose sense of the next few years after doing that, but yes, drink it nonetheless. So, look where we're at here, and look where we're at there. So you can see that the Fanchon Red really standing out until maybe we start to, and again, we're not really going to wipe away too much on those sails. We're just going to let that stay there. And now it's time to do a little bit with some of our radiance here. Let's see if we can soften up this brush. Soften up that brush, and let's already get in here and start making some modifications to our sails. Look at that. Very little paint, right? Very little paint. Just let the oils do the work. Let them do the mixing. And Bitron knows someone who likes to spread the misinformation of Pluto not being a planet. They talk about your pseudo-science or whatever. That's or pseudo-science, whatever the heck that's called. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because again, we are pro-Pluto here. Here, let's do some more of our, yes, not a Kuiper Belt object. No siree. It's not floating around in the Oort cloud or nothing like that. It's a very smart planet because every so often it just kind of ducks inside the orbit of another planet. I mean, why hold that against somebody for just trying to get a little bit warmer? That's all they're trying to do. And we'll darken this down. Then we can start. We'll leave this alone. We'll start getting to the rest of the ship. Then, as this sets a little bit, we can come back to it and then start to think about the freehand on the sails. I think we're all caught up. The camera boom again is kind of in the way of where the chat is, so it's always a little bit of a challenge. It's a little bit of a challenge to see that. Here, let's darken this down. Also gonna cool it down a little bit. We got more of the Egyptian velvet, but also a little bit of indigo. A wee spot of indigo there. So again, the spire, whatever, if you were working on something, if you're, who knows, maybe you're busy taking those pictures right now, and you want to share those, that is fine. All right, let's get to some of our water down here. Now, I think I'm going to make sure we don't have any of the darker colors in there. So I'm just going to, see, I just kind of wipe some of that away. We'll do the same maybe on that side right there. Okay, that's better. I'm going to grab me another one of my, I'm going to go with the, let's go with this. Perhaps a little bit of Prussian blue mixed in with the radiant turquoise. And let's get started here on the wake and the waves. And of course it's mixing with each and every brushstroke. So we got to go back here. We got to get some more. Go back there, get a fresh little load. Come back here. And you can see that this is undulating against the side of the ship, right? It's not one continuous wave. It kind of, because it's cutting through waves, right? So get the wake back here. And of course, this is going to end up a lot lighter. But for right now, I just want this to mix in with, well, some of the phthalo green that I know is in here. We'll get our darker indigo back out before in front of the bow there. Let's see. So, yeah, Pluto's always going to be a planet here in Wampleville. Yes, indeed. In fact, I mean, yeah, painting an ornament, but we could just do a 2D painting of it as well. We don't necessarily have to do it as an ornament, but it would be very fun, especially since, that surface has really been mapped now. Okay, you know what, let's throw a smidge of radiant green in there, shall we? Little smidge of that. Speaking of green, phthalo green. Yes, a bit of phthalo green now, where that water is getting churned up a bit more. Ships kind of have multiple wakes, basically. There's sort of the immediate wake, and then there's sort of that secondary wake that's further out, and that's what the phthalo green sort of represents. Okay, Sauce. Well, we certainly have a lot of videos on the YouTube channel. We certainly have a lot of, well, we have 2 sessions of this already. And, well, now this is not recorded because it just had to be done overnight, but there was a wee spot of freehand on this. This is my Imrihill conversion, and we did, the only thing we didn't sculpt was the banner. Everything else we sculpted, all the armor, put the head and the shield on there, sculpted the robe and everything else. And believe it or not, well, we've used this same horse a few times, because look at this. It's the same horse, the exact same one. So you can see the difference. Look at that Tomb King's leg over there. Army of the Dead guy sitting on top. Gave him a cloak as well. And then we also used this same horse for a Boromir conversion, if you remember that one. So that was really fun too. Hey, Grim, how the heck are you doing? So everybody, please give Grim a follow because Grim is going to be streaming on Wednesday. Grim has pledged to do, I think it was 27-hour streams every single Wednesday. Either that or maybe it's going to be 3.5 hours, somewhere around 3.5 hours. And Grim also has the YouTube channel, so please go check out Grim. And, oh, Grim, look at this. In addition to some other things, we now have the Indigo, so we'll give it a shot on a painting video. And Grim, I think I sent you the picture of the Imri Hill that I was working on. Yeah, that was we painted that mostly after the stream on Saturday after an 8-hour stream because why not? And then we did the rest of it yesterday after filming another video because why not, right? So Megan, sorry about the whole door handle thing. That's just crazy. That is just insane. But that seems how everything is now. Everything is just not. See, look at that. See how that's starting to change there a little bit. I think we're caught up now. I'm gonna start to thin this down a bit because we don't want to pile up too much paint here either. But now we need to start getting some darks into it. See that? See, we're starting to get some darker accents there without having to get super light. And then imagine what happens when we do actually come in there with some really genuinely solid light colors. I better thin this down. Better thin that down. That's the phthalo blue again. No, sorry, Prussian blue, not phthalo blue. Now there's a little phthalo green in it, so it's phthalo Prussian. Phthalo Prussian. There you go. Or they're Thrussians. I don't know. That sounds weird. I don't know. All right, now we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. Let's move on over to the hull here. Oh, what the heck? I'll just, whatever. We'll take some of that radiant blue. We'll let it mix with whatever the heck is on the brush here. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Let's throw that just a little bit here on these planks. I don't care again if some of that works its way onto these elements because, well, they're right next to it, so they should have some of that color. And now let's move on along here to our yellows. Yellows, no Indian yellow yet. Not gonna do Indian yellow just yet. We are gonna take some of the radiant green and we're gonna mix that with the radiant lemon. And then we're gonna start to do our dry brushy thing over the top of this. See how it's picking up the little touch of the Indian yellow here in some spots because we have a decent amount of cool colors. Yes, we do. Look at how dark that got. It happens fast, doesn't it? Even with the super duper dry brush. So we just did a little bit of mangoes there. Happy Heretic, just a tiny taste of them, just a little bit. What the heck? We'll go back here with some of this too. Oh, there's lots of filigree over there. Didn't see that at first. Boy, look at how that really mixed in there. Back to the radiant lemon, some of the green, just because. So yeah, especially down here, all right, where you're getting awful close to the water line, and you got all that blue. Over here, gonna start thinking about again that cooler green color. Looks like we have, yeah, there's some windows here. We do have the fluorescent paints out there. Now the ones that we made ourselves. And now we've got the nail polish containers. So I think my first step might just empty what's in these bottles into the nail polish container instead of screwing around trying to mix more of it. I don't know. I think I might just do something like that. And you can see, look at how dark that gets. When that happens, what do? We got to go back. We have to get some more. You notice if we are going to clean off the brush. Not really clean, but clean off the brush. We can just do this with a paper towel, something like this here, and just kind of squeegee some of that out of there. So there's no liquid on this brush now. There's a whole lot less paint. A lot less paint for sure. Radiant lemon, radiant green. Poof. And you can see, look at that. See how dark that got compared to that side? That's the pre-glaze mixing with all of these subsequent colors. You can do a zenithal if you want. It's just, well, why bother? The oils are going to cover it anyway. They will most definitely cover it because, well, they've got the opacity. They got the chops. They got the chops to cover that stuff. And all we did was, this was actually a warm gray that I just mixed myself out of 3 different Steino Res colors. The Oceanic Blue, I think he calls it terracotta now. I guess that's what he calls it. And what was the oh, and then just some white to lighten it up, and that's it. Now the one bugger about these things, of course, is your guns, weapons, whatever, they have a tendency to either not cast or break off. Whatever. Not really gonna sweat it. We are going to try and get ourselves a little more light over the top of that now. Then we'll come back. Oh, no, we'll do the deck here since we can actually see a bunch of it. Then we'll go back to the water again. Try and do some stuff there. But look how dark that brush is here. Now you can really see that. Means we are going to have to come back and we're going to have to grab some more. And we'll use our fluorescence to do the windows like we did over here. So yeah, I think it was, well, the Basilean ship, didn't that have I think it was the Orc ship that maybe had the most sizable forecastle of all of them, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember the Basilean ship. It was a while ago. Again, this is mostly the radiant green and a little hint of the lemon. Now let's do the deck. I'm not even going to bother fooling around with the brush. I'm just going to take some of this radiant violet here and let it mix in with whatever the heck is on the brush. Don't care. Not going to sweat it because I have all of those different brownish colors already there on the deck. So you can see why I wanted to get to the deck first before fooling around with the sails, because it wasn't going to be necessarily easy to stick that brush down in there. Now, of course, with the oils and all the free blending that you get, it makes it a whole lot easier to do something like this. That Imrahil figure with the acrylics, that was murder. I'm telling you, it would have taken, especially with freehand, the one thing that oils really do make easier, right? Freehand. Acrylics, that's not really what they do. They don't make anything easier, but they sure as heck don't make freehand any easier. Oh, what the heck? I'm going to hit these things now even. Well, look at all that. Wow. Look at all that purple that mixed its way into the brush. So now I think I will take, again, a paper towel here. Not going to clean it up. I mean, we have our brush cleaner, right? It's the not hazardous, no vapors version, but there. See how we got... There's still a little paint in the brush, but not a ton. Not an excessive amount. I'll go a little bit lighter now on the track. This is just going to take some, oh, brilliant yellow pale. That's back on the menu, boys and girls and hobbits. Yes, brilliant yellow pale has returned because now I have I have my backup tube of that, so it just we went through an awful lot of it, making a bunch of those color charts, and I mean it's not like we don't use it when we're painting, but we really tore through that stuff with the color charts. So now we've got that back, and we can use it much more freely. So there's that side. You can see the difference between starboard side. Now we'll get to the port side here. Yeah, we'll lighten up that too. A little more here, maybe. Let's see that. There's a really nice color transition that happens in there. Didn't have to work at it. If I was just doing dry brush stuff with acrylics, all that would have happened is there would have been sort of that grainy texture, not so much of a new color left behind. It just mostly would have left a little bit of a lighter color with a whole bunch of texture to it. That's not really what we want. Wow, look at all that darker color that just gets onto that brush in no time flat. And now I'm even going to mix some of that into our violet here. Onto the hull. To lighten that up just a smidge. I don't want to do too much. Well, look at all that Egyptian violet that's worked its way into there. Whoops, there we go. And what I'll have to also do is the little black edge line around this, right, so we can see just how light or dark we actually are. I see the gunnel here actually has a little bit of depth to it, so we need to get a little more light onto this there. That's good. I can see there's a fair amount of the violet that worked its way onto that. Good enough. Now, sail time again. Oh, look at that. Some of the blue just got on there. We'll just let that mix right in. Yeah. That mix right into our sail because I don't care. Yeah, Green Fairy, I really missed it, and now it wasn't a bad idea that we just didn't have it on the palette for a while and just let the Radiant Lemon see what we could do with that. There's no problem there. But boy, it's really nice to have it back again. I forgot just how much I really like that. I really do enjoy the Brilliant Yellow Pale, especially say that combined with say the Indigo. That creates some very interesting sort of bluish grays. Well, you know, Greed Fairies, that when Gandalf makes his appearance, you know what's going to be happening again. He is not going to be happy about the accommodations, because while this is it's a larger ship. It's not quite the cruise liner that he's looking for, is it? It's not exactly a Carnival cruise ship. More of our like that. And you can see how that mix. Oh, see also too. This is something called marbleizing. So I basically just stick. You can see I'm not mixing anything. I'm just taking this lighter color, right? It's gonna go here, and it's going to drag this along. And see what it's doing. It's essentially creating the waves for me. And all I'm doing is kind of twisting it a little bit. It's the same thing I do to make the marble. It's the exact same thing. Nothing different. So we're going to give that just a little bit of a twist right there. Creates a nice little wave for us. And of course, if we want to keep applying this over the top of these previous layers, we'll have to start to thin it down. We'll have to thin that down. Not to pin line wash or nothing crazy like that, but thin over thick, vice versa, right? Gotta remember that. I'll let that mix with our phthalo green. Bam. And thank you so much, Green Fairy Studios. We don't mind a little taste of our ship's rations with that. So thank you so much. That is appreciated. We have a little bit of our cleaner over here. Let's not have that sitting around. No, but see, we'll wait. We'll wait. I'm going to actually now grab, there's my black primer here, and we'll just hit that edge real quick here. And that is going to let me know, again, just how much lighter or darker I need to go with the water. And again, that's just Styno-Res primer. That's all it is. What I do is that once the ship is all dried and everything, I'll hit it with that, oh, what the heck is it called? The Black 3.0, the blackest black, which is not the blackest black. It doesn't do anything like they say it does. Not even close. It's really nice on the rims of bases and that sort of thing, but otherwise, yeah, it's a mighty expensive base trim color at 20 something bucks. But it actually it does accomplish a mission, so whatever. All right, now with our sails, let's look and see, do we want to? Yeah, I'm going to add a little bit more. I think now I can maybe even add some of the magenta into that. Radiant magenta. Even maybe a touch of the radiant violet mixing together. We'll have both of those together. And let's start to lighten up ourselves before we get to the Phoenix and the other freehand. And see what we're doing. We're just quite literally plopping some color on here. Not worried about any kind of lines or edges or layers. Hashtag no layers, right? No layers here. Just like this is a Pro Pluto, this is also a layer-free area. No, don't want to be seeing any layers. Let's see if we can use this as a bit of a blendy brush here. And see that? Look at that. Look at that one. Watch what happens here with this one. Why sit there and fool around with a whole bunch of layers when we don't need to do that? We don't need to be doing a whole bunch of layers. We got ourselves a nice soft craft brush here, and we're just going to spread this around nice and soft. Actually, too, what, we're 47 minutes in? Yeah, 47 minutes in, and we'll be hitting our freehand pretty soon. We just, again, we want to let the sails have a chance to set for a little bit, but look at that versus this where we just sort of piled on that color. The difference that ye old blending brush makes, and any brush can be a blending brush, of course. Spread this out. Look at that. Here, let's do that on this side now. You've seen, what's it, Bob Ross do this, right? With his reflections on his water and stuff. Why does it have to be different for us on our miniatures? It's the same darn thing. But it happens because you've got basically wet into wet here. So see, look at how nice and soft that is. Would you like to have to do that in about 20 layers? Or would you like to just very easily slap some lighter color on there and then just come back like this? Like so. No airbrushing, right? No airbrushing needed. I know that was asked the other day in a recent stream. Said, why would we want to fool around with the airbrush when this is so much easier and it looks like an airbrush? Looks like an airbrush. Did that. Bam. There you go. As Green Fairy says, plop and push, right? It is the way. Now, sadly, this thing was used for lots of the acrylic freehand on this. So let's use some oils to recondition it. So yeah, boy, it made it really, really, really difficult doing the acrylic freehand there. So what we will do is we will again try to print out that horsey, well, not that horsey, but a horsey that's kind of similar, whatever, and try and paint that particular scheme again, but this time utilizing our oils and also saying thank you so much, Terra Shard, for that sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So Terra Shard, hopefully you've been doing good. I know it's been a little while. Oh, here, let's get a little bit more of our light into some of the sides of the hull here. Let's see what we can do with this. Just thin that down a bit. Yeah, that's, and this is not the lightest light yet either. I just want to see, check the condition on this brush here, which again took a little bit of a beating when we were working with the acrylics. We'll just have to get some more of these. So Bath, nice to see you too. Listening to screen time. And makes your hobby a little bit more. So, well, that's good. Terry Shard, hopefully, what kind of stuff did you work on hobby-wise then? Since you were getting a bit onto a hobby streak there. All right, here's to find a little bit more of our light, and of course, again, we will be hitting the sails like so. But first, we just want to get a little bit of our lights in here. See what we got to compare against. Well, potentially some, well, very light colors going on in the sail. Build and paint some of those gigantic Conquest miniatures. Now, how many factions are they up to now, Terra Shard? Because the last time I ever saw actual painted Conquest miniatures somewhere where there was games being played and such was Adepticon years ago. That was the last time I saw any Conquest miniatures. And I know they are definitely more like, well, Song of Ice and Fire scale as far as how big they are. They are big dudes for sure. So 5 different factions now. I know somewhere in the house, Kathy there's some cavalry. Almost sort of like an Empire slash, oh, what is they, like Sigmarines, whatever. Kind of a little bit like them. We were able to successfully print some more parts of, well, turns out it's not actually Land Raider size, it's more like a Predator, but we have that 30K Predator. I think we might have all the parts printed to that. I might reprint the hull, because that's when we were starting to learn that maybe the Soraya Simple Clear has a few little weaknesses to it. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for Dano to come in so that we can express sympathy for the fact that his screen protector is still not here. Hey, Super Lazy, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So here is that Imrahil that I have been talking about. And yes, you can still see some of this paint that's on me. That's acrylic paint right there. That's not oil paint. That's from painting this thing last night. Well, more like this morning. Because last night I was filming videos, and then we painted that after filming the videos. So I don't need to go super nuts with the highlights there. I am going to start to get some lights over here though, by the bow. You know what? I'm going to thin it down even more, and we'll see what happens. Sure enough, thinned it down, and boy, that really sticks. Seriously, thin sticks over thick, and vice versa. Let's see. I have to get the Nord Ice Jontar. I haven't seen that. I'll have to. I guess I just have to kind of do a search for or confrontation, for conquest miniatures, and see what pops up. I'm sure that will. Now that's not a new-ish release, is it? Let's see. Now, of course, Terror Shard. I don't know if you saw some of the stuff that we've been doing here, the 3D printed stuff. That's, boy, almost 95% of the stuff I paint now is 3D printed. These guys here, also from Archvillain, the Sons of Sekhmet, the Daughters of Sekhmet, all that really fun stuff. And then, of course, the Walrus guys. Check this out. That's on a 60mm base. That's one piece. That is one print, one piece, one walrus. That's it. That's all it took. So it looks like there's orcs riding dinosaurs. Here, let's bring in more of our lights. You can see some of that phthalo green sneaking in there, right? Now, Terra Shard, it most definitely is a golden age because, well, with Medberry miniatures making all of those, the Candish everything. So basically, my Lord of the Rings stuff, I don't ever have to, well, I mean, like the new East. Oh, actually, that's the. Speaking of Easterlings, there are 2 new Easterling named heroes. 2 new Easterling named heroes that are on the way. Surely they will be Forge World miniatures, of course. But, I mean, it is what it is. You know, these guys were, where's my acolytes here? So these Easterling Dragon acolytes, I mean, they were Forge World as well, and we painted a bunch of these. I think we painted at least 4 of them up on stream. Yeah, Terra Shard, it's nice now because maybe it won't just be automatically everybody just taking Amder all the time. Now, of course, everybody's going to be suddenly an Easterling player. You know, those of us that have been with the Easterlings all along. And of course, maybe people will start using the Easterling War Priest, which is another thing I never see people using. Well, I never see people using the Cataphracts. They don't use the War Priest. They basically just play them like they're tall dwarves for whatever idiotic reason. I have no idea why. When their cavalry is very, very nasty, especially when combined with things like a war drum. Let me see. My guys move. My infantry moves 9. My cav moves 15. You move 6. Or if you're a dwarf, maybe only 5. Let me see. I can move more than 3 times as fast as you. Why would I want that? That's not an advantage. Hey Landrest, how you doing? So Happy Heretic is about to try some freehand. So best of luck there, Happy Heretic. So again, kind of those undulations there, right? Thank you so much, UCLA Jedi Knight. Hello, little hobbits. So, again, too small even for a hobbit. Let's ask a hobbit. And along comes a little hobbit, and he says, well, yeah, not the best of accommodations, but can you still have second breakfast on this thing? I don't know. Who knows? The hobbits might almost be convinced that that's going to work for them as long as there's a second breakfast served on board. That might just work for our little hobbitses. I'm going to add a couple of more lights. And this is not the lightest that we can get. Believe it or not. Can still go a little lighter than that. All right, we've got some of this stuff set up pretty well. How's about we also let that set too? Let's see what we can do now with our freehandy stuff on the sheet on the sails there. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna grab me one of these just to start slapping it on here. We'll just take a little bit of the fluorescent orange. This is the homemade fluorescent orange. We're just gonna sketch this thing out here. Let me put this where I can actually see it, maybe. Wow, there's even, well, no, it's about the same amount of sail that's covered up. Boy, look at that. Sure enough, that's fluorescent paint right there, and it's covering. That is quite opaque, which is really nifty. Let's just start to draw in one of our wings here. Nothing has to be so totally precise or anything, because we can make those adjustments, right? Thanks, Bithron. All right, Fader Kent, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We'll probably be back on, well, we'll be back on Thursday, but I think we'll be painting maybe some of the arch-villain trolls. So they're ice trolls. That should be really, really fun. And thanks again. I appreciate it. Thin this down. Get a little bit of, maybe even now a little bit of the, yeah, that's a little bit of our orange there. A little bit of the cadmium scarlet. Let's get the rest of the wing over this way here. And let's give him a bit of a body here, and then the flames that sort of come down this way, and then start to march across the sail this way. Let's see, a parabellum. Yeah, Terrashard, never heard from them, ever, so, I mean, if they sent me some of the cav or something like that, we would, I mean, it's the cavalry channel, right? We would paint some of it, but haven't heard from them at all. Let's get the rest of the wings going here. And I'm just going to take some of that, and we'll find ourselves a blending brush. A bit more of the fluoros again. Maybe a touch of the Indian yellow too. And we'll work this in here. Let's do the rest over here. And of course, if we start to feel like, man, maybe there's just too much paint there, well, we could do this. See, I just wiped a bunch of it away. I just wiped away a bunch of that paint, and now we can see how much easier it is to add some paint there. Just got a little bit easier to add some. Hey, Thousand Young, how you doing? Nice to see. I hope that the sculpting continues to go well. Here, I'm going to just take some of that and move that down here. And everyone, please check out Thousand Young on Instagram and all the fantastic stuff that Thousand Young has been sculpting. So yeah, when we were, I'm all kidding aside, I mean, when I was doing this, I kept literally wanting to do all of the usual blendy stuff that we do. And it just, there was no way. It wasn't going to happen, right? And we have ourselves a new, speaking of hobbits, we have a new little hobbit. We got Jimbo here, and he says, yeah, oh, okay, so it's got fancy sails on it. Okay, maybe if I lay down in here, okay, I'm gonna look like Boromir. So we can just like stick some arrows in me, lay me down in this boat, and shoot me over the falls. Maybe that's what we need to do to Gandalf. So Terrashard, the important thing, of course, is less is more and more is way too much. And typically when people are starting out with the oils, not just typically, 99.9% of the time, they're putting on 2, 3, 4, 10, 12 times as much paint as they actually need, and and it gets a little hairy. Gets a little hairy. All right, well, Velfira, we'll get you a quick film noir. We'll compare two ships. These are pretty darn close in size, so it should be interesting, Velfira, to see these two compared to each other. And of course, people think of the oils as just slow drying acrylics, which is understandable if what you've been working with is acrylics, right? All right, here, let's hold these two. Let's do a quick little film noir here. Zoink, there we go. So you can see the sail as far as the lights and darks go, very similar, all right? But look at the difference in our freehand. So that's the thing that we're going to really start to get some resolution on now, is on the freehand. So thanks so much, Velfira. You have yourself a good one. Take care. Here, let's get our color back so people can see what's going on. There we go. And so yeah, Terror Shard. Also, too, you could just try some, well, heck, something like this. You saw how easy it was to blend on the sails. You could try something like this, right? Or it's got a big old cloak or a cape, and you just paint that instead of trying to do a whole bunch of small little things with it. So Terra Shard, I don't know if you've seen the army painting videos where, well, I mean, it's going to dry. The paint's going to dry because I'm not painting them 5 videos in a row, right? We're not doing those continuously. So even for me, the paint is going to dry, and you just sort of plan for that. And believe it or not, with the oils, you don't necessarily have to rely on only wet into wet blending. Oils are way more flexible than that. You can actually do with the blending brush. Basically, you put your new layer of oil paint down on top of the old one. You would be surprised at what you can still do. You can take that blending brush and still almost blend those. Now you're not blending them together. You're just kind of fading out that new color. And thanks to Armored Wolf for posting the link to the Patreon page. Oh, actually, I did just post a new Patreon video today. Yes, posted a new Patreon video. I don't know, the miniature is downstairs. But yes, the last one of January was posted. And of course, this will be the first one of February right here. And then we're also going to be finishing off a couple of series. We're going to be finishing off, here, let me move this screen back over here. We're going to be finishing off, where's our Galadriel diorama, episode 3. We're going to be finishing that off, speaking of object source lighting. And then we're also going to be, whoops, that's not the one we're looking for. That's the one we're looking for. We're going to be finishing off that series as well. And then we're going to be starting some new series. We have Army Painting Series 30, which is going to be all dedicated to non-metallic metal Sky Earth. We have a whole bunch of armored horses and knights. So that's going to be quite the fun adventure. Now let's start to do some of the other freehand on the other sails here, like we've done on the other 2 boats. Now, thanks, Terror Shard. Now, boy, I tell you, that Imrahil and all the freehand on that, not having the ability to essentially modify it or even erase it the way I do with the oils, that was a huge disadvantage, I gotta say. That really cost me a lot of time. Here, where's my, speaking of blending brushes, just stuff like this, right? And I say, yeah, here, let's just make a little modification to that freehand. All I had to do is just take it away. Very simple. And there's definitely lots of freehand videos on the Patreon page. My goodness. There's a lot of them. And acrylics, oils, you name it. Even metallics. Yes, metallic freehand. Now, this is going to be, I think, a case here also of the thin over thick and vice versa for sure. We've got plenty of nice little patterns we got to get here. Those bits of filigree. Oh, and by the way, this is 1 hour, 10 minutes in. Yes, and we've had a raid, so we've had to kind of introduce everybody to what's going on here. So even with the raid and everything else, still 1 hour in. Yeah, this had no paint on it an hour ago. It's just so many huge advantages with the oils. Now, of course, the other advantage is that they are more durable, ultimately less expensive in the end. They treat your brushes way nicer. Let me tell you, I can see just this brush is all beat up now after just a few hours with the acrylics last night. It is nowhere near the same brush that it was. I was using this brush for weeks, and it only took a couple of hours with the acrylics to really do a number to it. And that's because the paint dries in the ferrule, right? It dries into that middle ferrule right away. All right, Thranuel. Well, you have a good one. Well, actually, Thran, you can go to sleep watching the newest video, and then there'll be, well, I guess another one just in a day or two. So see you later there. Here, let's get a bit here, some there, and let's hit the back of this. Yeah, we don't want to do too much of it there with the orange, but just a little hint of it. So yeah, well, of course, yes, the unit painting, and that's what the oils really shine from, big figures, units, that kind of thing. All right, now we gotta try and do this part of our freehand. Let me see if I can just get this aligned so that I can see it, and then maybe you can see it too. Yeah, something like this. Then after we kind of get this sketched out, we just have to leave this. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. That's the huge thing that happens with folks when they're doing the oils for the first time, is they get to be hasty little hobbits, and they're just working on too much of it at once instead of just kind of letting it sit there, going back to it later. They're just firing on all cylinders and kind of ski right off the cliff, as they might say. And we need to just get a nice little arc to this. And of course, if we don't like where that ended up, we can always just take a sponge. We can say, don't like it. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, wish I could have done that last night. That would have been nice. That would have been really, really handy. Let's see, that comes out right about to there. The hasty hobbit gets the worm. There we go. So Terra Shard, I know that Goobertown seems to be very, very into those. I don't know if he maybe was helping them develop those or something, but he seems to be really into them. Let's do the, here we go. Oils are the original Army Painter speed paints. Seriously, they kind of totally are, because that's what people used on miniatures back in the day, was oils. There were no such things as acrylic paints. Again, see how that's thinner paint. And the nice thing is too, if we feel that our freehand is too stark or something like that, too many hard edges, we can just, after a little while, take our blending brush and we can tone that down very easily. And there's a couple of little flourishes here. See, that does too much, so we'll just grab ourselves a little blending sponge here and boom. Oh, look, we just erased it. It's gone. No problem. Okay, we've got that mostly sketched out. Now we got to move on and do this side over here. That's a Juan Hidalgo started using the oils. Well, Baff, that's really cool. I'll have to now. I assume he's got himself a YouTube channel, or is he a fellow streamer? So we'll certainly have to check that out and, well, say thanks, of course. So glad that people are into the Linseed Brotherhood, right, and just spreading the good word. That is fantastic. Let's do a little bit more. There we go. And we'll just give that even maybe more of a flourish right there. Ah, YouTuber from Spain. That's really good. So Juan Hidalgo. Okay, we'll have to hunt down his channel there. Oh, I'm sure it's probably maybe popped across the YouTube recommendations at times. What kind of stuff has he been painting with the oils on? I'm curious. See what kind of fun things he's been painting with them. All right, this brush is finally getting back into the condition that I want it to be. That's the amazing thing about oils. It will literally take a brush that is damaged or whatever, that's been kind of injured by the acrylics, and it's a healer. The oils have healing properties. Yeah, that's what we'll have to say from that. Oils have healing properties. They're magical. They're completely and magically healing brushes. I'll say they have that ability. Let's swirl this all the way around again. And then make it part of this. Just connecting the two bits there. This one does. I want this all the way over to the other section of sail. Now, this looks really light, but believe it, we can go much lighter than this. And of course, this is the other handy thing that wasn't happening on the Imrahil scope, is that we're getting basically free shading here. So see how that part of the freehand basically just shades itself? On this thing, I had to work at that, right? There was glazes and going back and forth and everything. Here, I don't have to go back and forth like that. Hey, Lady B, how you doing? That's so Landress. That's the new rating, right? The damage per brushstroke that acrylics will do to your brushes there. Well, I tell you, Landress, it didn't take too much. It did not take much to execute a whole lot of damage to the brushes. Man, it's amazing. I gotta tell you. Alrighty then, let's again. We'll do a little bit more of the light on the Phoenix here for now, and then we're gonna have to let that sit there. Come back to it later. He's starting a Golden Demon figure that he doesn't really think he will get to Golden Demon in the UK. The video I saw, he was doing the base and the backdrop. Well, Baff, what I'm hoping to do, well, it's kind of a little bit like this project right here. So this is, we've got 2 episodes filmed of this. I'll be filming the final episode here. So we've got a 3D printed Galadriel figure. So that's Galadriel versus the Necromancer. And that was just a quickie little painted backdrop thing, just using the same old stuff we use all the time for basing, only this time we created more of a diorama out of it. So I will be finishing that little scene. Actually, probably, yeah, I'm filming that tomorrow night. Yes, I'm filming that tomorrow night, so that should be very fun. That should be a blast. So Terror Shard, with well, anything with the oil is, it's so important to just have less paint, less on the brush, less on the miniature. But then when it comes to the armor stuff, it's all about the reflected light. It's all about the reflected light. It's about the edges. So you want to have those really sharp edges. Reflected colors, right? If they're wearing a red tunic or something like that, I don't care if their armor is gold or silver or whatever, it doesn't matter. You better have a whole bunch of red reflected on that. Otherwise, it's not going to look like metal. No reflections, no metal. That's kind of how that works. And we'll certainly be showing that on that new army painting series. Again, that's something I'll probably be filming possibly on Wednesday, the first episode of that. Of course, it would be a basing episode, so not a whole lot of painting happening in that first one. I would like, I was almost kind of hoping to maybe wait for a new texture roller to arrive from Green Step World, but I think I'd be waiting a long time, so I think we're just going to get started on that series. There's plenty of other, well, I can do the griffins in it, whatever, so there's more I can do. There we go. Happy Heretic has posted up some freehand there. Terror Shard, it's really simple. I mean, there's nothing complex about it. It's all about what it's next to, right? So here we've got fire. Well, fire is reflected there. No fire here. No fire reflected. So just more a cooler color, right? Kind of like a sky color. Now this is TMM here. Oh, here we go. Let's look at this. So here, this is white marble. It's going to reflect onto the armor. Then we have our Sisters of Battle over here. Well, guess what? The green from the floor is reflecting. Look at the green from her sleeve is reflected on the armor there. Look at this. Green on the cloak. It's right next to her armor. Yes, it's supposed to be gold, but it's reflecting the green. Why? Because there's green right next to it. So basically the miniature is like its own instruction book. It just kind of tells you paint this here, then paint this over here, and then paint this over here. And now we're going to get, and we're just going to stippling in a little bit lighter orange color. This is not by any means the final lightest color. We're just trying to figure out exactly, with these, I'm not doing every inch of it with the lighter color. I want to fade in some places, but I have to figure out, okay, where exactly will the fades go? Terror Shard, that's not a problem. We've painted tons and tons and tons of figure. Our Easterlings, we did all of those. Those Sisters of Battle, what was that? There was 12 or 13 of those just in a 12-hour series. Again, Terror Shard, it doesn't matter how many you've got. The armor has to have reflections. And here, we'll show you, we did it in, well, vast armies. We did an entire Lannister army. Let's get to the halberds over here. That will be probably the best example right here. Well, this is kind of similar to what we'll be doing. Where the heck did my Lannisters go here? Nope, that's not where they are. Where's my halberds at? Nope, that's Harad, not halberds. All right, I guess we still have to keep scrolling up here. Sorry, I thought I knew where those were. It's been a while since I've seen them. It's been a while since I've found my halberds here, so let me see if I can find them for you. There we go. There they are. So there you go. That's just one unit of 12. I had to do, I don't know, 6 more units like that. At least 6 more like that. But wait, there's not just this army. Oh, thanks, dear Richard. So again, it's reflecting everything around them. Now we'll scroll back down here and we're going to find some of the, let's see where, nope, that's not them. There we go. I think I did 10 units of these. And it's the same thing. They're reflecting the green. It's reflecting the yellow onto their armor here. So it's reflecting the floor on their shields right there. We had to do tons of those shields. You can see the ground is reflecting onto those shields. Again, no reflections, no metal. That's kind of how it goes. It's kind of the same thing with the object source lighting too. If it's not reflecting, say you got a glowing sword and it's not reflecting onto the guy, you ain't got a glowing sword. You have a red stick. That's what you got. And that green fairy, that is definitely true. The mortal enemy of good is perfect. And it's perfect is also the mortal enemy of completion. It really is. Oh, thanks, Nerdy. How you doing? So we will be, well, I guess they're redoing those guys again. But I still have plenty of those units, and it would be fun to do those in oils. We also have an army painting series doing the Mountains Men in oils, and they're pretty darn shiny too. We also have the Dol Amroth series with, well, yeah, shiny armor just like what Imrahil is wearing here. Well, here you go. Look at, see all that blue that's reflected in the golds? Why is there all that blue in the gold? Because there's blue everywhere. Blue on the base, blue on the horse, a blue flag next to him. If there was no blue reflected in that gold, it ain't gold, because blue is super reflective. Now, the less shiny metal, well, that's going to have less reflection to it. My suggestion is, and I do this all the time, Armored Wolf and I are constantly sharing pictures of armor. Basically, guys who actually make suits of armor and then wear those in real world environments, like out in the woods or whatever. And you will notice that a guy in shiny armor in the woods looks like the Jolly Green Giant because he's just green, except the parts that are pointed towards the sky, which are blue. Pretty much 0% of his armor is gray, which is pretty much how most people will try to paint non-metallic stuff. Just not going to end well. Hey, Broken Brush, nice to see ya. So Bath, now is that the? I don't remember which release that is because I'm still printing up. Well, I've got actually Quetzal Riders to paint. I'll be assembling those. Love those Quetzal Riders. I actually been printing out some of the. Oh, I have some of the Ziscal. That's right. Yes, the Acolytes of Ziscal. Basically, the Slan guys. I have those printed out. I also have started printing out the Dragon Ogres because I've always wanted to paint Dragon Ogres. Never got a chance to do that. Let's see. I had some trouble adding other colors. So Sindarin, remember that dry brush approach, right? Very little paint on the brush. And then you also have to keep in mind the thin over thick, right? The paint that I'm putting on here is relatively thin because the paint underneath is pretty darn thick in comparison. It's also a timing thing. If you just kind of be patient and you give that paint a few minutes just to hang there before you kind of go back into it again, you'll be amazed at what you can do. Like even this right here, if I just let that sit there for an hour or two and then come back, which I will be doing, and just let that stuff sit there, you would be amazed. Oh, speaking of phoenixes, I did purchase a phoenix file. I actually have to go, I have to start building a build plate of that. But yes, that was a really amazing phoenix, and I thought, well, object source lighting galore on that phoenix for sure. So the Book of Demons, yeah, that's the Tome of Devils, I think, yeah. So Bath really just enjoyed the heck out of these guys here. We did all 4 of the Walrus guys, And of course, this being a one-piece print is just so sweet. Now, where's Walter? There he is. There's Wally. That's his favorite brew right there, Scale Ale. Who knew that he was a master brewer? Yes, he is. He's quite the talented guy there. Very talented. Yeah, Happy Heretic. We already did that here a couple times, right? We just said, no, not working. Wiped it away. Okay, now we can start to get into the ship again. We'll leave this stuff set here. Let's get into the ship and start doing some stuff with this. Oh, why don't we take some of the air? We'll take some of that radiant blue, add it to the brown matter, and essentially make kind of a pinkish gray almost. And we'll use that for the sails here, like so. There it is. We might use some of that on the deck as well. So again, that is a thinner paint right there. It is most definitely not a pin line wash. That would be a whole different thing right there. Now I'm going to see if I can't work in a little bit of the, here, let's get some of that lighter bluish tone down here. Maybe some of the magenta in it as well. Oh, thanks, Baff. I think you saw the Troll King, right? That big old Troll King on the, 6-inch wooden plaque there? That was really a blast. Actually, I just got a couple of more plaques, just so we have them for when we get a chance to print the larger, print up those bigger demons. There's some more. So yeah, the Troll King was really a blast here. Loved it. Of course, the Lizard Man stuff, really enjoy that. I'm probably going to be printing out almost everything from the Lizard Man release. Hey, Steela, how you doing? Everybody could please give Steela Rebel a follow. I know that most of you already are, but just make sure that you're giving Steela a follow. So Steela, I hope that you're doing good. I think, yeah, Bithron was saying that you streamed last night, and I know you finished your commission. I think you finished that off. So are you able to maybe relax a little bit now and do just Steela stuff? Because I know that was well, we also were able to, speaking of getting things out of the way, we were able to get our Imri Hill finished. So this was the thing that had to be done for that contest thing. So that is all done now. All right, Cinder, you have a good one. And say hi to Dr. Faust for me. But again, everybody, please give Steela Rebel a follow, because Steela also paints with the oils. Oh, and Steela, look at what showed up here. So this is the Williamsburg Indigo. We're going to give this a try, and we'll see if it's the same kind of thing that happens with the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Again, I don't know if that's going to be the case. We'll see. We'll figure that out just by trying it. Here, let's get the light here in the windows, and then we're just going to have to let these sit. We can't mess around with them. We got to let that paint set there for a while. This paint is really thin because I actually want that to, it's almost pin line wash. It's not quite there, but it's close to it. So it's the next one and the next. Yep, Steela, that's the life, right? That is the life, where you never ever get to paint what you want to paint again. And that's kind of how it goes. There are windows back here. Good thing I looked back there. Actually, there's more windows than I thought back here. So everybody, please give Steela Rebel a follow. Steela, actually, if you want to throw your latest Instagram stuff into the chat there. And of course, Grimm's got the Discord channel where we can talk about the oils, show off some stuff, ask questions, that sort of thing. Grimm's also got the YouTube channel. And of course, Grimm also streams. And so, Grimm, Wednesday will be your next stream, I'm assuming, right? I know you've already told me several times. Just want to double check. Well, Steela, I'm gonna be trying to film a video. Ooh, it would be later this week for sure. It maybe would be filming that maybe Thursday during the day if I get a chance to film then. And I'll let you know as soon as I do use it there, Steela, I'll just shoot you a message and say, it's the same, no big deal, or oh my gosh, you'll have to spend a whole lot of yen and then try and get this. All right, here, let's just get again the some of the orange into that. It doesn't have to be a ton of it, and it seems to just end right there too. All right, so there we got the object source lighting happening there. Now let's go back to our. We're gonna do some pin line washes here. I think we've kind of gone to the lighter side. Now we need to kind of go in reverse and start making things darker. Hey, Torjak, nice to see you again. Boy, it's been a little while. So no, Torjak, I basically just imagine these sails minus this lighter color. I would just put the new color on there, and then I would take my blending brush, and I can still, it's not going to blend with it. Like these two colors blended together, right? Because they were both wet. But what you can do is take that new color and then just basically kind of brush some of it away. And we did that on our 1,000 suns here. Let's see if we can get to our 1,000. There he is. And again, we would just throw some lighter blue on there, because this is mostly just Prussian blue. We threw some lighter blue on there. We took a blending brush and we just basically kind of buffed away some of that lighter blue. It looked like it was blended together, but it really actually was not blended together. Alrighty, time to do some of our glazy things here. And what the heck, I'm just going to throw the thinner right out here just to have that. Van Dyke Brown. Berlin Black. Why not? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Pin line wash here. Let's see. That's the amazing, yeah, Green Fairy, that was the thing that made me say, man, all this time, I could have just been using the oils instead of thinking, oh, well, yeah, if it's gonna dry, what's the point? No, it's very much the point. Still could have used them. Just never knew. Didn't know. I had to learn the hard way. That's why I try and do all these experiments so that you all don't have to learn the hard way. And that's the point of the video. That's why I try and experiment with different materials where I can. That's why I don't just do the same non-metallic metal thing over and over again. Because, well, what's the point? You've seen it. So working on some dark gods. Yeah, Torjak, it actually works very well. No one was more surprised than me, but it can be made to work, which means, again, just because the oils have dried, it doesn't mean that the blending fun is over. All right, well, Steela, I understand that, and well, we're only an hour 38 minutes in, anyways. All right, we've see, I think we're gonna do a little bit of pin line down here too. I think so. Yep. And every color is a different inconsistency. So what constitutes a pin line wash on one color won't necessarily do it on another. In general, the more opaque a color is, the more white, essentially, the more thinner it's going to take to create that pin line wash, that consistency. But you can thin the oils, you can't dilute them. That's not how they work, and not like the acrylics, which was weird. You know, when I was on going paint that Imrahil figure, and all of a sudden I had to realize, yeah, I can diminish a color now just by adding water to it. That was kind of weird going back to that. Uh, that was the other reason. Well, aside from necessity, the other reason as we start going into some green here, I'm gonna get some maybe some perline black mixed with radiant green over here on the gunnel here on the outer exterior. Let's do that. Let's do some of that here. Essentially reflecting some of that water. So the Imrahil, it was a reminder of, well, A, what's possible with the acrylics, and then also, two, maybe what people, when they're working with the acrylics, the kind of stuff they have to, the gymnastics mentally that they have to do, as far as them being different from oils. So it's a useful exercise for sure. Torjak, reading Patrick Jones's book on oil techniques. I'm not familiar with one Patrick Jones. That's not the one that's, oh gosh, what's it called? Light and something or whatever? What was the name of that book? I know everybody was, there was a certain, no, that wasn't about oils though. It was some kind of a color theory book that everybody was really gaga for a couple of years ago. Don't remember what that was called. All right. Now what I'm going to actually take a look at my sails here and see what we got to do there. We're going to get some of that nice bluish color into the sails. So I'm going to just get some of this paint out of the brush here, and we'll try and go do some dry brushing again. We'll take some of the radiant blue and some of the Egyptian violet. I think we'll mix those two together. We'll take this little smidge of the Egyptian violet here, maybe even a little bit of the Prussian blue even. But it's got to be a dry brush, as in practically no paint on it, of course. And poof, there you go. Look at that, right? Now, again, there's a lot of darker color that's gotten onto the brush. That's fine, because I actually want that to not be quite so light as far as my new dry brushing. Here, let's do some of that on this sail, but it's already, at this point, it's really not doing anything. That means I have to come back over here. We got to grab some more of this. So Color and Light by James Gurney. Thanks, Grim. I think Kathy has that book. I'm pretty sure she's got that one. I know a lot of folks were really crazy about that book. I think he's got a couple of more. I haven't seen it. Well, I've seen it, the cover. Haven't looked at it. So here we go. Look at all that dark purple sitting on the brush there, which means, well, we come back over here. We get some of the fresh almost said ultramarine violet. That was a color that I wish could have worked. Wish could have worked. Now, of course, actually, Grim, what are we talking about? Ultramarine blue and Egyptian violet together? Could be a sort of an interesting little combo right there. We'll just lighten this up again. You can see how it's mixing. That is the difference between it. If this was just a zenithal thing, nothing would have happened there. All we would have had was just this very nasty dry brush of some of this violet color over the top of the very dark colors in the shadows of the sail. That's all we would have had. And we certainly wouldn't have had the ability to come back and do something like this. I just chucked in some of that paint. Now we'll take our blending brush here and we're just going to smooth some of that out. Bam. Right. No time at all. Now let's see what we can do out here. on out in front of the bow of this ship. Now let's see if we can get some actual white out here. Let's see if we can do that. Do we have some over here? Yeah. Thin that down. I don't think I want to thin it down too much because a lot of this stuff we put out here was pretty thin. Yeah, I think we might have to thicken that up just a bit, actually. Well, Grim, just trying to make a more usable ultramarine violet because I tried using that again on, I think it was one of the arch villain figures. And boy, oh no, it was the, now it might not have been the paint itself. Maybe it was just that plastic, that WizKids plastic. Remember that? The, I almost said Displacer Beast, but the, like some kind of chameleon type, I don't remember what it was called. But that thing, yeah, it just went a little bit wonky. It got all shiny and everything, and at first I thought, okay, that's just because it's ultramarine blue being shiny like it kind of is. And then I realized, no, I think it's beyond that. I think it was actually maybe the plastic itself might have caused that shininess. So here we're going to take in the blending brush to this, toning some of this down. But we had to wait, right? We had to be patient. Couldn't be hasty little hobbits. Look, we're going to take that lighter color and we're gonna move it out here where we've got some more of our wave texture sculpted. Now we'll fade some of these too. It's the same thing we would do if this was marble. Same exact thing. We put those veins into the marble and then just take our blending brush and smooth those out. Look at that. See, it's not gone, right? It's not gone completely. We have faded it. It's not gone, just faded away. There you go. See, look at how musical we are here. Let's see, the nitrogen dioxide is a bluish violet. Is there a big gym in the house? Let's see, Minework Games turned some of his art pieces into miniatures. Torjak, that's really cool. I know that, well, was it Larry Elmore? That's why we did some dioramas based on Larry Elmore miniatures, because Dark Sword does that, takes the Larry Elmore paintings and all those different artists. Hey, Raven Cat, how you doing? Let's see. I thought I saw Shasa mention Big Jim. I thought Big Jim was in here. And yeah, let's just fade those guys out. Let's get a little bit of this reflected onto the hull. Look at there. See all that blue paint sitting there? It's the same paint that I've been kind of, well, peeling off of the sea. Now we're going to put that onto the ship here and make that a little bit more of a blue. Like so. Here, let's do the same thing over here. There we go. So Shaza, I hope that you're doing good. I think I saw a whole new setup there, a whole new desk, or maybe not a new desk, but sort of a revision of maybe a setup that you had. All right, now I'm going to take, again, a blending brush here. We're just going to take some of the paint off of here as much as we can. Not using any liquid, right? Now this stuff's been on here. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to soften some of this. And we're not doing this. We're doing this. We're tapping it like so. That's what we're going to do here. We're just going to tap, tap, tap. And that's going to soften some of these edges here. Hey, Punishment, how you doing? And Raven Cat, nice to see you too. Yeah, see, that's maybe a little too sharp of an edge. We're just going to take some of that away again by doing some of the stippling here. Same thing to these guys. And this over here. Now remember, we still have to come back in with our lightest oranges here. Maybe a touch of yellow here and there. Theme set it for a while. Oh, you got some more Cephalopod Studios paint. Now, Shaza, do you have any super big overall projects that you're trying to do, or just kind of hit what you can? So yeah, Raven Cat again. The pre-glaze. Now, of course, we've already done it here. It will be different depending on the miniature. It's not the same thing all the time. It's very much dependent on the figure itself. I mean, like here, the pre-glaze mostly would have been things like indigo and Prussian blue, even though there's all this gold on here, because guess what? Having the indigo and Prussian blue kind of already there, and then by taking the oranges and yellows over the top of it, they would have mixed, and I would have already been getting some of the colors that I needed anyway. That would really would have been sweet, but again, had to use the acrylics on that. So Shaza lets big acrylic take all of her money. It will also take your freedom. That's what it will do after it grabs one leg and then another leg and an arm and just pulls you apart. Because that's what big acrylic does. Doesn't want to let you have any fun whatsoever. Wants you to be held hostage to big acrylic. I just keep imagining the chief executive of big acrylic is Mr. Potter from It's a Wonderful Life. It has to be. Yes, indeed. Here, let's get a couple of lighter highlights there along the gunnel of the ship. Got some trim here too. We'll have to get some of our, I think, some greens and lighter colors there. But first, where's my radiant green? There you are. Let's do some of that down here close to where the waves are meeting the hull. Don't want to go too light on all of this. This is by no means white. We can certainly go lighter than this. There's a Big Jim. Big Jim, how you doing? Where is Big Jim? He's floating around here somewhere. There he is. It's like, hey guys. It's like, what? What do you want? Are you gonna say that this ship is too small? He's like, dude, look at me. I'm pretty small. This ship is just fine. I mean, it's kind of small for a rowboat, but we heard that. So, Big Jim, how are you doing? And if everybody could please give Big Jim Slade a follow, that would be fantastic. Big Jim has been doing some painting Twitch sessions lately. I'm guessing you're still working on that. Well, is he really a dragon, or is he kind of a step down from a dragon? Can't always tell with the Reaper stuff. Well, leaf painting, how you doing? I got leaf painting. If you want to toss in some of your Insta links there, same thing, Big Jim. You want to toss in some Insta links to the things you've been painting. The wings are attached. Well, that's kind of a momentous occasion, right, Big Jim? When the wings actually get attached to the dragon. Yeah. Here, let's hit this again. Like so. There we go. Tempted to. I don't want to get too light with this. Also want to have some reflected light again onto the hull. But maybe we almost also have to think about going darker in some of this. But first, let's create this if we can. And I had to go thicker because the last layer was so darn thin. Yeah, Big Jim, the dragon's really looking nice there. And now, was that the only big thing that you got from the Bones Kickstarter, or do you have other large things too from that? Probably, I guess maybe not as big as that. I know that there was things like the big old boat and everything, and some people got that too. I'm pretty sure you didn't get the boat or Das Boot. So Shazu's got a big old Tiamat. Well, what I'm going to be doing in February, we will be getting the Anycubic Mono X. So that will be coming here. It's not like we're going to be using it right away because we have to create a space for it. But we have a host with the most. They ride to ruin. Yes, man, ride to ruin in the world's ending. It's going to be really cool. It's like, not sure what those guys are doing here. But then along comes Gambling. He's like, yeah, man, ride to ruin, world's ending. It's like, yeah. See, I make a mistake. I kid. I joke. We're going to Disney World. He's like, are those the rides over there? He's like, yeah, yeah, those are the rides. It's like, you mean all the guys wearing the masks and everything and all the bows? I think those are Oliphants. It's like, but yeah, yeah, we'll ride on those. It's like, how's that gonna work when we're riding horses? Boy, Gambling is, he's not so sure about that ride. Let's see. Oh, so this just has a bunch from Bones 5. A couple other dragons and the elemental scions. Well, Big Jim, geez, I have no idea what was actually in Bones 5 aside from the ships. Mostly because people posted pictures of them. Otherwise I have no idea what the heck was in Bones 5. I was sure there had to be a lot of big stuff in there. But I was also thinking, well, maybe there was different pledge levels, so maybe some people got them and some people didn't. All right, now we got to start getting, this is that green again. A little bit of that radiant green. So we're just kind of doing a wee bit of a stippling here just to get that stuff down in here. Reflected light. We have all this churned stuff here. How is that not reflecting on here? Well, it is now. And it's also going to make this look more like metal because now we've got a hard edge, dark next to light, right? War Mammoth. Geez, I don't remember the War Mammoth. I wonder if the War Mammoth would have been. I don't think it would have been Lord of the Rings sized. Probably would have been too large because, well, Lord of the Rings stuff is a bit of a different scale. It's a smaller scale, and Reaper is definitely too large for Lord of the Rings. Kind of always has been. Not because Reaper is too big, it's just because, well, they kind of made the Lord of the Rings figures smaller. Actually, Grim, I think they're already on Bones 9. Yeah, since we started the stream, they did 2 more Bones Kickstarters. Yeah, but you can still get in on the what they post campaign pledge manager thing for Bones 9. Oh, sorry, never mind. They just started Bones 10. By the time we finish this Book of Wapple reading, we'll probably be on Bones 11 or 12, maybe even 13. Maybe even 13. So what we'll do is that we get a little bit of our lighter green working its way into some of those areas. So it was smaller than Nerdy expected it to be. Hey, Wolf Parable, how you doing? Now, I think we'll do a couple of these readings because they might just be kind of important here. Oh, metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. Gee whiz. I didn't see that coming at all. And color and temperature contrast more than just light and dark. Because look, contrast more than just light and dark. Oh, believe it or not, I don't know how many years ago it was, but on this day, 5 years ago or something like that, 4 years ago, if you look at my Facebook Live, I actually was doing a Facebook Live, but talking about the different types of contrast. Even then, years ago, it was a thing, years ago. It wasn't just here on Twitch, it's always been a thing. Here, we're going to get some of that green reflected into here. Same thing down here. how can all that churning water be there and not have some kind of influence on what's happening here? Gave away some sprues of guys on horses, and they're all as tall as your thumb joint. Well, that's I don't want to say that's not Napoleonic scale, but that's your maybe 10, 6, 10 mil or something like that, probably. Basically, probably Flames of War scale, if Flames of War was Napoleonic or whatever. If DiMarino, he would be able to probably know what system it was because he probably would have that magazine. But I haven't seen War Games Illustrated in quite a while. Hey Dano, how you doing? Yeah, happy heretic, and yeah, I think the only thing there will be then more, more of than taxes is Bones Kickstarters. Oh, sorry, they're on Bones 13. Yep, you just missed Bones 12. Oh, well, no, never mind. That wasn't Bones. That was Bones 22. I mistook the first number. There it is. There's some more reflected light here. Thanks, Bitsron, for doing the clip there. Much appreciated. So, yeah, oh, Bithron, that Ares class ship that I sent you the links to, was that supposed to be a larger scale or a bigger ship than say your Constitution class, which is what the Enterprise was, right? If I remember right, the Enterprise was a Constitution class. So all caught up on the calls until there's more. And happy Monday. Hopefully people's Monday did not have too much Monday in there. I never got a chance to ask Valfera. We know that Megan's Monday had way too much Monday in it. Megan wants a refund because she got too much Monday, way more Monday than she originally ordered. So again, there's not just the green, but also some reflected light down there. Leafy looks exactly the same. Even basically the day that, well, he has some flock on him now. That and some couple of grass tip. No, just some of the flock. That's all that's different. He's maybe a little bit less shiny on some of the reds there, but because we use the radiance now, those tend to take away any sort of residual shininess that used to happen. But nope, he looks basically exactly the same as he did a couple of weeks ago when we painted him up. So the Enterprise was Constitution class. This one, it's a little bit bulkier than the Enterprise. I have both of those. What we're talking about is some 3D printable files. I have one of the Enterprise. I have this other ship. And I also have Battlestar Galactica. Yes, I do. So, in addition to these kind of ships, we might be able to start doing some starships, and that might mean maybe some painted backdrops, which could be really interesting because we could, well, we'll probably maybe even do some Patreon tutorials of those, but we could at least maybe paint some of the ships too on stream. I just, it's been so, I'm going to have to actually maybe check out some BSG again just to get a look-see at that ship. It's been a little while. I don't quite know how big the ship is going to be overall because obviously I'll be printing it in parts. Those Star Trek ships are not going to be much bigger than this thing. They won't be that much bigger than this elf boat here. More of the Perline Black mixing with, well, whatever the heck else is here. Hey, Amastig, how are you doing? Hopefully your Monday was not too crazy of a Monday. Let me see. So leaf painting, I guess it kind of depends which ones you're using now. I think you're using well, if it was the one guy, there was a lot of reds on him. Reds just tend to be a shinier color in general. Now here, where's my, there it is. So I have not done any kind of Army Painter anti-shine here. You can see the difference between the wet, and this is it. The only difference between these two is this one is dry and this one is not. There's been no Army Painter anti-shine over the top of this one. Otherwise, yeah, no difference. And oh yeah, leaf. So this is, we had to paint this in acrylic, which is why I still have acrylic paint on me here. Even this yellow, that's not oil paint, that's acrylic. That's just not coming off. So it was really, it took so much longer painting this guy in the acrylics. But the reason why we did him in acrylics was because, well, this difference, right? Potentially shiny here versus dried and not shiny. So the Ares is actually a smaller ship. Okay, that's good. Thanks, thanks, Bithran. I wasn't sure if it was an actual class of ship or just something that somebody made up, you know, where they just kind of rearranged some of the cells and added some extra little doodads here and there. So I guess it's an actual ship. I think we're all caught up. And again, the Patreon page, we will be doing, I think it's going to be this one that we'll be doing for the Patreon page because we already painted one on stream. But that stream got all messed up, right? That's when Twitch was all funky. So I figured, well, we have no video on this now. So I thought I would do a Patreon vid on that. So Dano, are you still thinking just, okay, look, I have to at least try some prints on this because, and I think you've already mentioned it too, you know, after a certain amount of time, you won't be able to return the printer if there's something wrong with it, right? You need to know if there's something wrong with that thing. And since they're just going to apparently keep you waiting forever for that screen protector, you might as well just print something. Might as well print something and just find out for sure, is this thing actually workable? All right, ooh, we need to, somehow, I gotta get my brush in there. It's so much easier to do that with the oils. Again, after struggling to do that with the acrylics for hours and hours yesterday. All right, here, let's, there's just some filigree down in here. I'm just trying to get to add some of that filigree here, that's all. This over here. Yeah, see that sticking there? That would not have done that 40 minutes ago. Yeah, because we're, what, 2 hours into this here? That would not have happened 40 minutes ago at all. Would have just pretty much bounced off of it. If it arrives tomorrow, I'll get it leveled and worry about it later. Yeah, Dano, I just, I know that is super, super frustrating. And yeah, sorry that you have to deal with all that. You just want to print stuff, right? That's all you want to do. All right, poof. Here, let's get some more of our lighter tones here. Okay, I think this is supposed to be a cannon. They like to have their bow-mounted cannons and such, so I figured that had to be one. I guess I'll have to check out a few more. To check out a few more of the gameplay vids. I think Mantic only ever did the one. And thank you so much, Lefirica. I appreciate that. He says, yeah, still not going to work. It's like, you know what? How about we just shoot you or stick this right in your chest? He's like, man, just because I don't like the service, geez. So thank you so much for that follow. That's appreciated. Wolf Parable, that was not painted on stream. That was actually, we painted part of that after the stream on Saturday. And then we painted the rest last night after filming some videos. So you didn't miss anything. That wasn't streamed. Acrylic's just not practical for streams at all. I still do acrylic videos because at least there I don't have to worry about stopping and then all of a sudden, well, now the brush is even more ruined by the paint drying it. It's bad enough on Twitch where you know, or just even like last night where I knew the paint was drying inside that ferrule the entire time. I knew it was. All right, let's lighten up our spars here. This one too. Yeah, in case of a vat leak, and of course the you've got that. Talk about a large vat, right? It's bad enough with this the smaller Sonic Mini 4K or something like that, but you've got that 2 gallons of resin sitting there in the Saturn. Let's see. Hey, Lamines, how you doing? Nice to see you, Lamines. So Lamines, we have been printing up the first sci-fi stuff, and it's interesting printing up sci-fi stuff versus the fantasy stuff because you don't have all the little bits like this, right? So there's not a lot of the organic stuff and all those spiky things and everything else on some of the sci-fi print. Now, of course, it's just vehicles, but it's very interesting to see. I just wonder if sci-fi prints, just in general, maybe have fewer failures because the shapes tend to be more simplified, or if they happen just as much because, well, now maybe it's a heavier shape and not quite such a light shape. Yeah, leaf painting. It was stunning, and as we say that the oils have regenerative powers because this brush was really hurting after just a couple of hours using it with the acrylics last night, and now that I've been using it for an hour or so here with the oils, it's kind of recovered and it's kind of back to what it was. But boy, that was not really fun trying to do all that freehand and stuff with the acrylics for sure. Yeah, let's do some blend. Nah, see, that's just too hard of a. This one is much softer. Let's just use this end here. There we go. And just painting the banner pole on that Imra Hill. Even this was a miserable experience right here. Just doing this part right there. With the oils, that should take about 2 seconds. That took about 15 minutes. In the acrylics, it was nuts. Yeah, I know. Here we go. Here's some of these old really beat up Series 7s that had 1 or 2 hairs left. With the oils, they actually worked again, which was crazy. Yeah, so Dano and the Australians basically all near death right now. I think Australia is about to just be melted off the surface of the earth pretty much. So we'll see what happens. Again, the other thing too is I have to get a larger washing vat, and we'll see what we can do. We just have to create a lot more space for it. That's something that I will be, I think, doing this week is trying to move some things around. Well, and also to create a new filming area. Well, speaking of printing, Laminus, I hope that the printing continues to go well for you. And again, welcome in. Nice to see you. Where's my, there we go. We'll grab some of this over here. I don't think we've really put our lightest light down in here yet. And then we'll have to go back to our sails because we still actually, on our freehand, can get some more light over there. What about the bottom of this thing? Now, again, this is another piece that just broke off, or maybe it never cast in the first place. And that's kind of how it goes with the resin. So Luminous has been a little bit lacking on the printing side of things this week. We've basically been trying to take advantage of the actually calmer weather as much as we can. So I've been printing like crazy, 3 shifts a day. We have another one of those clay cyanide figures. Now, part of that Egyptian commission stuff, that's printing now. That should probably, actually, I'm sure it'll be done by the end of the stream for sure. I don't know if that's one that we'll paint on stream or not. It might be a little bit difficult to do. And of course, Dano, a couple of days ago, right, Dano, you sent me your forecast, and it just happened to be that same temperature, but in Fahrenheit. So when you said 34 degrees and cloudy, that's what it was here. It was 34 degrees and cloudy, just slightly different temperature scales, wouldn't you say? So here, I think you can see what we're doing. We're trying to work in a little different color here for the plank. These are some pretty thick planks. These are about 20 feet wide or so, these wood planks here. Those are really wide wooden planks. But we're going to see what we can do, squeeze in here in between some of that filigree. Then we're also going to, see how that's starting to set? Even that is already less shiny than it was. That means pretty soon we'll be able to go over the top of that. We also have Kathy with a Sambo and a bowl. Is it Sambo's bowl that Sambo was eating out of? And everybody says goodnight to Kathy. It's 10 o'clock. It's time for a Kathy to turn into a pumpkin and go to sleep. Now let's do some more of this on some of the deck over here. Well, Dano, the cold weather, just like the warm weather, comes with its things. The cold weather also comes with its things. So I don't know as far as snow here. There's not going to be any tomorrow, especially since it's going to be 39 degrees tomorrow. So no snow. But then I think it gets down to more normal winter temperatures. And we're just going to take our blending brush again and see where we maybe have some things that are a little bit rougher, not rougher anymore. It'll be nice and smooth. Just a few strokes with the blending brush. Hey, no time. Nice to see you too. So Wolf Parable, is that snow hitting the east or something like that? Because didn't that just happen yesterday? Or no, the night before? When was that, the big eastern snowstorm? Yep, Dano, it's there's no such thing as a gentle 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be 10 degrees with a 40-mile-an-hour wind. And that's not 10 degrees Celsius either. All right, we'll just get a little bit more of this light. Then I'm going to see if I can't maybe put some of my some lighter color in the windows. We got a radiant lemon that we'll mix in with our homemade fluorescent paints. Now this I'm thinking's got to be thicker. Let me see what happens with this here. So I think I don't. Again, it's really hard to say here because their forecasts are always so incredibly wrong. I don't even actually bother looking at weather forecasts most of the time because they are just so inaccurate. So there, that really changes those windows now. All right, we'll do some more here. So what amount of snow are they talking about for you there in Michigan for Wednesday? But Wolf Parable, that might be, what would you, oh, lake effect snow for you? We actually had lake effect snow a few days ago because the winds came from the northeast. All right, we're just gonna lighten these up, and the paint is a little bit thicker here because the paint that we did there first was that was much thinner. Yeah, let's get some of this. And more here. And oh, thanks, Sammy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We appreciate all the bitses there. Thank you so much. So I guess I wonder if that's just a lake effect thing, because those sometimes those are the really heavy ones, right? I mean, you guys being on the other side of the lake there. All right, that's now I feel like we've got our lighter lights in there. So thanks so much, Sammy. I appreciate that. Laminess, that doesn't sound like much fun there. Yeah, that's not going to be a short commute to the workplace, I suppose. All right, now we've got the same lighter coat. Let's start to work that into our freehand here. So yeah, I think if there was going to be some sort of craziness like that, it would have been a little bit more active at the store today. I'm going to put this back where I can see it again. Yeah, there would have been people doing all the panic buying of stuff, and I didn't see any of that. So I don't think 8 to 16 inches is on the way here. There will be some probably, but now let's give him some feet here as well. Now let's get the edge of the wing, and you can see how that's sticking there. That wouldn't have done that like about an hour or so ago. That is why I waited. You can see the reward for not being a hasty little hobbit. So Laminess is the trooper and everybody else is the snowflake. Now here in Chicago with the public transportation and stuff, people can't necessarily use the snow as an excuse because essentially the buses just keep on running and the trains. How much more? I don't want the yellow again to be extended out too far on this Phoenix here. I'm going to go back to something that's a little bit more along, like the orange here. There. So again, that sticks there very nice. It would not have done so an hour ago. What do here? Let's was it Queez? I think Queez, he kind of had the insight because of what he did. He knew if there was going to be super weather disruptions in a given area. So super lazy bum. The op tiling paints were shiny. They were gloss. They were slimy. They had no grip to them. And that's the more you work with the oils, the more you will understand what that means. It didn't matter whether they were thicker or thinner. And it didn't matter what you did, you could not cut down on the shine. Well, here they basically said, "Where's this stupid thing that we bought and have no use for?" You can kind of tell how nasty this is by what it's doing to the jar. And look at that, the quadfecta of death right there. So basically, you had to mix this in with the Optilongs to make them not be super shiny, because even putting anti-shine over the top of them after they were dried, that was still not enough. So Leaf is also replacing them over time with the Williamsburg, and there's no such thing as a staining Optilon color. There's just except staining staining your memories with hideous nightmares of using the Optilon. That's about it's the only staining those are gonna do. I mean, there is no equivalent of things like indigo and Egyptian violet or anything like that with the Optilings whatsoever. And they just come out of the tube. They're really weird and slimy. That's all I can describe it as. Here we go. Bit more here too. Good enough. And we can. I might still lighten that up just a bit more too. Yeah, a little bit more of the fluorescent yellow combined with some of that radiant lemon. Yeah, I think so. Leaf painting. There was a couple of folks that they had gotten those and then found out. There was one person that had gotten a whole bunch of them and said, "Oh, I got the Optilon." We went, "Oh, you got Optilon," and he was able to return them just in the nick of time because he hadn't actually used them yet. So we were able to. We can't save everyone, but we have saved several folks. Yeah, I have nothing against Optilon or anything like that. I was actually looking forward to. I thought I was going to really like them, but as it turns out, those came before the oil brushers, right? So basically what they did was they did a much improved version with these because these came after, because that was clearly after the split or whatever. With Thousand Young, you'll have to send me some pics of your sculpts that you're doing. I'll see them float by on Instagram there, and of course they're really amazing. If you want to post again any links to your sculpting there into the chat. I think we're caught up now. We are caught up here. We're gonna get some of this here as well. There. I think, yeah, Thousand. Yeah, I might have seen the undead cultist on the instas there already. One Blade, how are you doing? Or Tin Blade, sorry. So basically, that was MiG Ammo's oil paint. Now, of course, well, let's see if I can even get this thing open here. But the idea behind these was, and of course it's kind of ridiculous that you're supposed to paint with this brush. It's oil paint in here, but it's the consistency of miniature paint. It's already thinned down. And of course, I would just use the brush to put the stuff on the palette. That is why I basically took regular oil paint out of the tubes, mixed it with thinner, and put it in these little jars, because that effectively turns it into your own oil brushers. Yeah, so the oil brushers, those were far more useful because it was more like miniature paint consistency. But the Optilong stuff was absolutely hideous. Did not work for miniatures whatsoever. I mean, you're certainly not going to do anything like this with the Optilongs. Also, too, you're just, from a cost perspective, you're better off just with the traditional oils because you're going to get a whole lot more paint for less. Again, it wasn't what I was expecting to happen. I thought I was going to like those because the oil brushers were fine. Super lazy, the Winton, anything is better than the Optilongs. The Optilongs on miniatures, they're going to act like those cheap, what, $5 for 30 of them type paints. That's pretty much what you're going to end up with. Here, let's do a bit more of our there. Yeah, now it looks a little more flamey there. I'll take some of this out on the other side. Again, you're never really going to be seeing that, so I'm not even going to bother. I am going to take some of that down. I think we need some more orange down here on the bottom of the sail. Guess we'll have to thin this down a bit. So tin blade, that's what I did initially. Actually, yeah, here's one. Yep. So that's actually one of the old Wintons that was thinned down. You'll have to thin them down eventually because you can't just use them out of the tube. But that's it's the slimy nature of the paint. It's not the thin nature of it. It's just how slimy and glossy it was. Your regular artist oil paints are not going to be glossy like that. Well, some colors have a little bit of glossiness to them, but not like the Optilongs were. Hey, Caruth, how you doing? Nice to see you. Now, the Wintons, obviously not the most super high quality paints ever, but when you're just starting out, it's okay because you're just figuring out what colors you might want. You might have a slightly different palette sense or something like that, and you don't necessarily, maybe you want a different type of color. All right, let's just take this. Just grab some of the indigo and some of the Egyptian violet. Speaking of a dry brush here, we're just going to get dry brush some of that down into these shadow areas here. We'll do that here too. So tin blade, we use the Winsor Newton, the artist colors. We use the Gamlin paints, and we use the Williamsburg. And sometimes there's just colors you can get in one brand that you can't really get in another, or there's colors that work well in one brand and not necessarily the other. So where's our Winsor Newton and Gamlin here? So again, these are two very similar in price and very similar in quality. And then you go up to the Williamsburg here. It's going to be more expensive, but it is also, I mean, they're not joking about being handmade. So here's an example. The Winsor Newton Van Dyke Brown, nobody really likes that. It's too much like burnt umber. This, I use this for, I like this one, but then I use this and I like this one better. It also does cost more though. Hey JP, how are you doing? Thank you so much. I'm not sure if you saw this yet. So this is that Imri Hill that I was talking about that we had to paint up for that contest thing that's coming up. Yeah, like Punishment was saying, that eventually you'll want to get some of those nicer colors, well, especially things like Williamsburg. You don't have to do it all at once. You could just get them a little bit at a time. Now, of course, some of the Williamsburg starter sets, those can be nice. They don't have as many of the colors that we like in them as they used to. It just kind of, it happens that way. Hey, no time. How you doing? Yeah, that was very fun. I was looking forward to that for a long time. I had done that conversion months and actually it was sometime last year, I think. That was a long time ago. I've been waiting to get a chance to paint that. Finally did. And now he's ready. He's ready for all the rest of the Dol Amroth nights. And now that I've got, well, I think at least two, if not three different of the printing companies or the 3D printing companies that are doing Dol Amroth, we have no shortage of new canvases. Yep, Tin Blade, that's what that was. That's a 28 mil fig. We paint everything with the oils. We paint busts with them. And here's some of our, we've done several of the, well, we've done a bunch of different Space Marine projects with them. Where's our Black Templar? There he is. There's our Black Templar, like so. And we've done our, the Luminath, Ossiarchs, all kinds of stuff in different painting series. So here's our Ossiarchs. And we've done a ton of Lord of the Rings stuff. A ton of Lord of the Rings stuff. I mean, there we go. And all those also 28 mil scale. Those also 28 mil scale. And of course, let's see, let's get down to our, these guys all painted in oils. You can see those on the YouTube channel. Right there, we painted all those. Oh look, more stuff painted in oils. That's one of my army painting series right there. And oh yeah, we painted these in oils. So we've also painted really tiny stuff. Well, we painted terrain. There's our Mori army, so all those little goblins, painted those up. Our dragon, our Dunlendings. Let me see, where's my, there we go. There you are. So we painted terrain with the oils. We painted our Rohan buildings that we constructed with the oils. And there's our dwarves right there. So we painted tons and tons of 28 mil figs with the, I'm just looking for the small things here. There it is, yeah. So those tanks right there, those are only 1 inch long. So those are very tiny little tanks, all painted with the oils. Oh, thanks Buford, I appreciate that. Now we've done a whole Moria theme. So you saw the Moria army, but we've also done the Fellowship in the same Moria theme. We're also doing a dwarf army in that same theme. So there's our Gandalf right there. Right, you can see the same basing, same lighting. Here's our Boromir, like so. And we've done all kinds of, well, converting of stuff. So here's our Easterlings. So this is a conversion. Well, I did several Easterling hero conversions. Of course, now they got all those new Easterling figures coming out. There is a gambling conversion. This was done the same way that Imrahil was with the banner. So those are some more conversions for our Lord of the Rings armies. I think we're all caught up. So yeah, Punishment, there's going to be a big big difference between those. Yep, tin blade, it's been all oils, especially on the streams, because it's just not practical. It's not practical to do the acrylics on the streams. Because if I had done that little pause like I just did, well, the paint would have been dry on this brush already. And yeah, so it works so much easier for the streams using the oils, since there's usually some interruptions that come along the way. And let's use the, there we go. So yeah, Bithron, I don't know if you saw the two new Easterlings. They're two named characters, and one of them is actually a war priest, which of course now everybody's going to be taking war priests, which nobody ever did before. Well, they'll take this specific war priest, I guess. It's going to be hilarious. Now it's, everyone has said Easterlings are terrible. Nobody takes Easterlings. Now everybody's going to be taking Easterlings, of course. Let's see. The one cleared out. Oh, well, JP, it sounds like you made a big score. Bithron, I only found out about that today. Uh, I had no idea myself. Only just found out about it. Actually, well, Armored Wolf sent me a message and said, "Did you see this?" And I said, "I had not seen that." And I've been looking around specifically for, well, you know me, I'm always trying to say, okay, what are they doing with the Lord of the Rings stuff? It's really hard to keep track of it because it, let's just say it doesn't get quite the publicity maybe other things do. All right, I'm gonna get this lighter here along some of the planks on the hull. Giant as they are, we will try and hit a couple of these. So thanks, JP. Well, we're certainly going to have, my goodness. I had already converted about 5 chariots. Well, of course, now we can print infinite chariots. I had 2 dozen of the plastic horses, right, that I was going to be using, in addition to the GW stuff that someone had sent to me. So all of a sudden now I've got, just in plastic miniatures, 30 Candish riders. And I think I've already printed up 4 chariots. We have 1 painted, 2 of them are all set ready to paint. And then I have 1 other one that's been printed. Hey, PNP, nice to see you again. So Punishment has been trying to reclaim some brushes there, it sounds like. Again, sometimes the chat moves a little bit quick and I lose track of what was replying to what. Oh, actually, those are windows there. I might need to hit those too. So after we get some of our lights here, I think we'll also have to hit those windows. So I'm just going to slap some of that lighter paint on here, and then we'll just take this, like so. Good enough. Now let me see, get some of this out of the brush here. Get back to our orange. And we got a couple of big old windows here. So how you doing there, JP, or is that a PNP? Actually, no, JP, I think you saw yesterday. No, was it yesterday? No, Saturday. I think we painted, what, 3 cav and a couple of infantry over the course of about 8-hour stream-ish or so. Something like that. We might be doing some Medbury Dwarves on Saturday. Kind of depends. well, what I can get prepped. Either that or I might be painting up a couple of trolls. I don't know. I think Thursday and Friday is when I was originally trying to slate for painting up those trolls. All right, now let's see if we can lighten this up. So you okay? Thanks, thanks, JP. I'm looking forward to those dry-ins so that I can get all the ground effects on them and everything, and get some quick pics of them. But I also want to get to that third color scheme, start painting up a couple of those. All right, we'll make that just a bit lighter there. Okay, now we're going to come back with some darks here and just to tidy up around the edges of our windows here. Especially on the undersides, I think. Because the darker that is, the lighter the windows are going to seem. The lighter the glow inside. Well, PNP, I hope that that's not too painful there. So yeah, the Radiance Punisher, they've really been a huge surprise. I did not, I thought, okay, they'll be useful. They'll be useful. I didn't know that they would be that useful. And there were some uses that I didn't think they would actually have. Like that idea that by mixing them in with shinier colors, potentially shiny colors like the reds and the magentas, you can actually cut down on the shininess that you have. That's really, really amazing. I was not expecting that. And there a little bit more. Okay. So this is your Van Dyke Brown. Nothing fancy. I'm gonna see if I can't get a little more of. There we go. That actually did need to be made darker. I was trying to make it lighter, but what it really needed to was to be made actually darker. Some of the filigree around these, the weapons, I'll have to hit that again. I'm going to try and solidify the end of the sail there. It's kind of hard to tell whether there's supposed to be an outline or is there not supposed to be an outline here. It's like they almost kind of changed their mind with the sails here. Because it kind of goes from an outline to all of a sudden not really being an outline anymore. So the radiant turquoise, the radiant blue, they're helpful on so many levels. They work well with, obviously, with any kind of metal type things, but even with some skin tones. And they also work well with golds because, well, I like to have a lot of greens in the golds. The radiant green, boy, I would have to say, well, even the radiant lemon, but the radiant green is one you might really want to think about as well. I love the radiant violet too. The radiant magenta is probably the one that I use the least. Not that it's because I don't like it. Is that we don't necessarily do a lot of color schemes where that would shine. All right, now I think we've got some. There we go. Let's come to the darks down inside the sails there. So JP, they all come with the MDF bases, but all of the water, that all had to be basically sculpted. So I used the heavy gloss gel, the same stuff we use for icicles and everything else. So you kind of sculpt the water effects that way, and then you go ahead and you paint them like this. So you can see how we've created the crests in the waves. That's not just painted on. So Punishment wants to get some quinacridone gold. That is not one that I have. I haven't used that one. There's, I have the quinacridone magenta. I've used that. Okay, here's some of our mix of the, that is the Egyptian violet. Try and tighten up the beak there just a little bit. Make it a little more pointy. Yeah, it looks a little bit more fiery now. Oh, oh, the quinacridone golden brown. That's, yeah. I still have that original tube from the starter set that I used so much of because I had no idea that it was literally made out of gold, practically, for as much as it costs. So yeah, so yeah, just they're all on MDF bases. They can be a little bit weird. Some ships are really hard to fit on there because they only have the same size bases for things. You can kind of see as we scroll down to the Armada group. So you can see you got the large ships that go on one side, you got your mid-sized ships, and then you have the small ships. I think there's maybe 4 different sizes of bases. I mean, there could be more, but I think there's only the 4 different sizes. Yeah, like I said, there could be more of them, but I think that's what there is. There's those 4 of the really large, the sort of mid-size, small, mid-size, and then the really, really tiny ships. And now, see, now that paint is set, look at that. That would have been very difficult to do an hour ago, but here it just happens no problem. And then here, I don't want to make sure I don't let that be too pronounced. That I'm going to maybe take away some of the yellowness to it, give it a bit more of an orange. So there's extra large, large. So Green Fairy, are there only 2 extra large ships then? There's what, the Dictator and the big orc ship. Unless there's that one Empire of Dust ship that has no sails that also goes on the extra large. So yeah, I haven't. Well, let's see. What the Egyptian violet? That's typically about 30-ish or so, I believe. Maybe 28, between 28 and 30, I guess. I'll lighten this up too. More orange over here. We got a lot of yellow. Lots of yellow there. I'd rather that be more orange than yellow. And then this thing, it's muted, yes, but it's not quite the right. We're going to see if we can get some orange onto that. And we're just going to stipple some orange on there. There, it's a little bit better shape too. Let's see, for the Bastilians, the Empire of Dust. Oh, and the Dwarf. Geez, I didn't know that the Dwarves actually had. It seemed like all of their ships were just little mid-sized things. So that's interesting. I don't think I've even. Well, no, wait, check that. I think there was one battle report somebody did that had dwarf ships in it. Okay, I don't know if Mantic does any outside of that one battle report thing that they did, or how to play, I guess, is really more how I should describe it, probably. Oh, back to our orange again here. Yeah, I'm gonna throw some onto this, and then what we might do is just let that set for a little bit, and then wipe some of it away here. We're gonna get some of the orange into this. We put all that yellow in there. Let's get some of the orange there. A little better here. Yeah, good enough on that part of the sail. And I think I could probably already go into there and do some of the lighter yellow on that, on the lights there, on the stern. We got that over here. And yeah, the thick sticks onto the thin and vice versa. So there we go. Thick over thin. Hey, Paulie, how you doing? Nice to see you again. It's been a little while. Here's some of the other. Oh, here we go. So we've done a few of these already. Here we can hold this one, and so we've done these two on stream, and now we're getting a third one here. Grundy, how you doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We could use some of this right now. And oh, Grimdy, this is that Imri Hill figure that we had to finish off yesterday. So for that contest thing, so he is done. We had to paint him in acrylic, which is why we still have acrylic paint stuck to us here. Yeah, so that was very fun. So some early work for Paulie today. Hopefully that's not going to be too much of a challenge there. Let's see, what was it, about 6 something o'clock in the morning when I got to, I think it was 6:30 when I actually got to sleep. Well, basically yesterday morning. That wasn't super fun. Oh, thanks, Grumdy. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just thought with the elves, I immediately was just thinking of the whole Phoenix theme. I just thought, oh, I think we have to do this Phoenix theme, and I thought, well, what would we do with the sails to make that show up instead of just, well, it had to be something dark, but something unusual. And the burgundy stuff just seemed to do it. And all right, Grumdy, if you want to share some of the links of things that you've done with the oils, which are of course always amazing, you want to share that so people can see what's possible with the oils. Oh, okay. Oh, that's really cool. Let's see. So JP's going to be doing a paint and take at a local convention. That sounds very fun. I guess the other thing too, I'm really trying to look into streaming on the phone to see, I don't know, maybe it would be possible to stream from Adepticon. It would not be any kind of super high quality stream, that's for sure, but maybe it would be possible to stream there. All right, this is the Indian yellow that's kind of mixing with some of the brilliant yellow pale that's going to make that crazy sepia color here. And we're going to try and turn this also into a pin line wash to try and get a different flavor to some of these golds here. Like that, and very much just a little pin line wash. That's all we're looking to do there. And okay, there we go. Grumdy has posted the links to the Instagrams there. Go check those out and see what amazing paint jobs are possible with the oils. It's really stunning to see what is possible. Here, let's keep going with this. Indian yellow, of course, just naturally is a really, really, really translucent color, but it's also a very powerful one. That's the other thing that can really fool folks with the oils, is that certain colors can be incredibly strong, but also very translucent. And some colors can be maybe not so strong, but way more opaque. And that can be a little bit tough for people to wrap their heads around at first. So yeah, so JP, I just remember at Adepticon, this was years ago, and it was when I was just kind of doing the Facebook Live stuff, and I know that Paul and I, we were going to be at the Trenchworks booth, and we were going to be painting live in the booth, and we were painting one of Victoria's new vehicles, and she thought that meant live on Facebook or something like that. So she's spreading all the word around that, and she looks at us. So when are you guys? Whose Facebook are you streaming this on? We're like, we're not. We're in the dealer's room. There's no internet in here. We're not streaming anything. We can't even look at a Facebook message, much less stream on Facebook in here. I wonder if that's a little bit different now, just given the state of what phones can do and the 5G thing. Because back then, I know I had 3G, I'm pretty sure. So here I can at least get to some of the filigree. So I'm going to try and get a little bit of the lighter color on the filigree there. And of course, well, either the more times you're using it, the more situations you get in, and you start to realize, oh, okay, that's how this works. And there just tends to be a certain miniature or certain instance or whatever where it all just kind of, it just sort of clicks and you go, oh, okay, that's what I really should be doing with this. And once you have that moment where things sort of click, it gets a little bit easier. You start doing even more experimentation. I'm going to take this lighter violet here. We'll put this along the side of the hole here, like so. And we might even, let's go with a little bit of this too. Lighten up the hole a bit more here. Especially because it's close to the wake, right? So we probably want a little bit of our light there. Doji, how you doing? So what are we, 3 hours into this? Yeah, 3 hours and 2 minutes into our little boat right here. Another one of those Armada ships, part of the Elf fleet. Let's see, use the internet payment services. Yeah, I know, JP, there was something about you could get basically like almost like your own router. It's a little box, and you would plug it into whatever outlet in the wall or something like that, and you would obviously have to pay the hotel, but that would be your own router for the show or whatever. All right, can you see this behind that sail? I wasn't sure if you could see it. I'm going to try and do the same thing here on the, well, whatever that's supposed to be. If it's supposed to be a roof or if it's supposed to be, I'm not quite sure. Sorry that the work is stressful there. And you can see you later there, Laminas. You have a good one. Sorry, I missed you there. And hopefully your travels to work are not quite as difficult as you're projecting they might be. So I'll see you later, Laminas. Sorry if I missed you. I'm gonna try and get a couple of lights here. Oh, there we go. It can be a little bit crazy with the sails. You never quite know what angle it needs to be at for you to be able to see what I'm doing. And of course, I don't want to go too bonkers with lights and darks there either, because Well, the sail should be casting a bit of a shadow on those. Yeah, JP, I would be out well at Fort Wapple, and all I just had my phone on, and it still wasn't getting any internet. And that was on, yeah, it wasn't on the even on the hotel internet. Yeah, that was some pretty nasty internet right there. Now, of course, that was 2019, which, now that I get all these Facebook memories and stuff, what was, oh yeah, 5 years ago. But this was like the Saturday stream or something like that. I think it was 5 years ago to the day when I did a Facebook Live with these things. Oh, look at the ultramarine blue, barely used. Now that's pretty funny. That's kind of funny. But Doji, hopefully work gets a little less stressful. I don't know if that's there's an ongoing project or if it's just become that way because of well, circumstances. I know that, well, it's certainly been the case for a lot of folks. See about the cannons on the other side. Yeah, we need actually to pick up some of the light on the top of them and then some dark on the inside too. But we also need, I think, to get some highlights on the filigree here as well. See if we can do this here. Yeah, JP, it's just sitting there. It's just sitting there. I also have a tube of regular Winsor Newton ultramarine blue, just again sitting there. Just very forlornly sitting there. And the cerulean is even more forlorn because cerulean says, I used to be a star. And well, cobalt doesn't really say that same thing, but I think the saddest color of all, well, the color that made us the most sad was cobalt violet. That was the most expensive color that I ever got that I never use and basically never will use. I mean, maybe if I mix that with the radiant magenta and violet, it might make something out of it. But that's a really expensive paint for something that just works only if you combine it with something else. Yeah, Doshi, I know that it's a lot of on again, off again, circumstances constantly changing kind of a thing. Very much a moving target for sure. If it was just one thing, well, you could adapt to that and just kind of say, okay, this is what it is. We will adapt to that. And unfortunately, you never really get a chance to. And we'll just keep going with some of our lights. We're going to just pick out some lights on the little towers here. Like so. Oh, there's filigree over here. I didn't even see that. I know there's some over here. Okay. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Doji. Well, I'll send you the links once we're done here, of course, as always. And thank you so much. I appreciate that. It really does make a huge difference for us. And I'll send you the links, but if you ever say, hey, you know what about this episode or this whatever, you can always just say, hey, can you maybe point me towards that? That's fine. And of course, well, we always recommend starting out with things like the oil mixing vids, or at least checking out the videos where I'm mixing the colors and those color charts too. And now that we have the new indigo here, a different type of indigo. We're going to give this a try and see what it can do. Is it better? Is it worse? Is it the same? Only one way to know is to follow the Joy of Painting Minis. Joy of Painting Minis, how you doing? Oh, thanks, Joy of Painting Minis. I appreciate that. And everybody, please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow. So Joy of Painting Minis, when's your next stream gonna be? Here, let's pop in a little bit of our lights over here on some of these guys. And Joy of Painting Minis, this is something that I've painted over the last couple of days. I had to use the acrylics on this because it absolutely positively had to be done and ready for photographing late last night. So this was our Prince Imrahil conversion that we did a wee bit of freehand, maybe just a little bit of freehand here and there. All right, Dano. Oh, and thanks, Grumdy. Appreciate that. And I think, well, too, the digital 3D printing aspect really does add so many more possibilities now with what I can do. Yeah, Joy Painting Minis, that was something we actually did convert on the channel here way back in the day. And I've been waiting for a chance to actually get to paint that one, and I finally got a chance to paint him. So he's done. He's ready for that the contest there. So, but most of all, he is ready to lead the fiefdoms, to be the big boss of the Dol Amroth army. As we get a few more lights down here on this hole-mounted bow cannon here. We've got more filigree. We'll try and see if we can catch a decent light edge on some of this. The same here. A Joy of Painting Minis, what will you be painting on stream later on? I'm assuming kind of continuing the same project you had going on when we last saw you there. And if you want to post any Instagram pics or whatever of what you've been doing, that would be fine. Oh, this could be interesting. This could be interesting. I want to take the phthalo green. We're going to mix it with the white. And that's going to be an even more of a greenish tint to this down here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Even more greenish tint there. So in the sails, we've got sort of a combination of the Fanchon Red and Egyptian Violet with the Radiant, more Radiant Magenta than the Radiant Violet as the lighting aspect. Of course, we just took our brush here, we just slapped it on there, and then we took a blending brush and just pushed that all around to blend it nice and easy. And then on the boat, well, that's mostly the same Egyptian Violet. Same Egyptian Violet, but we also then used a lighter, I think that was not the Radiant Turquoise, but the Radiant Blue to put some lights on it. Now here's that phthalo green mixed with our white. Trying to create some waves here. And remember, this is not going to go the way the bow is, right? These are regular waves. The ship's cutting through the waves, right? And you can see how that's mixing along the way. Hey, Drunken Bunny, how you doing? So JP decided to flame broil a snake, or a steak, so to speak. A little heavy on the flame, apparently. I'm glad that you're at least okay there. I've been working on some more of the Eldar. I remember you talking about the gems when the last time we were in there. I remember you talking about those. They like their gems, don't they? They really like their gems. Now, our film noir should be a little bit. Remember when we did this before when Valfera was taken off? Let's see what our film noir does here. Should be interesting to see. There we go. And much more closely in line, aren't they? Now, of course, we got the shinies here because this is all wet oil paint, right? So that will become less shiny as we move along. Bring back our color, of course, and restore. There we go. Yeah, it's almost like on our, oh yeah, the creature caster figure that had the endless eyes and teeth and everything, the eyeballs and teeth monster. They're like gem golems or something like that. The Eldar. They're just golems made of gems, which I've had to paint. Well, oh, those gem dragons. That's right. Those crazy gem dragons with hundreds and hundreds of gems on them. So I'm going to try and do a little bit of the, again, that kind of underlighting with the green. Let's hit some more of that over here now. Maybe the underside of the spar here. Now, so yeah, boy, it's been a while since I last painted Eldar stuff. And I know, what is it, the Maugan Ra? There's apparently a new version of that. Of course, we're all celebrating the fact that there's two new named Easterlings. Yes, two new named Easterlings. And one is a war priest, which I find hilarious because I'm literally the only person who uses war priests ever. I have no idea why. All right, here's the, just getting some of the black down in here just to, and oh, from this side too. I'm gonna just shove that down in there. It's not like anybody's gonna be able to see that. You would have to quite literally rip the sail off. All right, we'll see you later there, Joy of Painting Minis. And again, if everybody could please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow, well, that would be sensational. And hopefully you have lots of fun during your stream. Here, let's take some more of this. Like so. There. So much easier to paint those spars than it was even just this one part of the banner pole here. That was at least 12, 15 minutes of painting that.
Who enters my domain?
We got Innocentric, nice to see you again. And of course, as always, thanks so much for the raid. If everyone could please give Innocentric a follow, that would also be fantastic. So Innocentric, how did your stream go and what were you working on? We're working on some more of our Armada ships here. These are from Mantic, and we've already done a couple of ships from this fleet here. So here's two other ships, and as you can see, we're carrying that Phoenix theme throughout. And here's some more of our Armada stuff that we've painted previously on the channel here. There we go. That is only a portion of it. That's just a portion of it. We've done pretty much an entire Empire of Dust fleet, a decent-sized Basilean one, not necessarily a bad orc-sized fleet either. And of course, well, we love painting our 3D printed miniatures as well. These are some recent things that we've painted over the last couple of weeks. Now that those were in November. And of course, here's some of the latest things that we've been painting. These are all 3D printed. These are from Archville in here. These are on 60 millimeter bases, all painted with the oils. That's what we're using right now. I believe we painted this guy up on Friday. Yeah, we painted this one up on Friday. About 4.5 hours per walrus guy. We have some trolls that we're going to be painting this week. So again, if everyone could please give Innocentric a follow. We all try to support each other here. That's what I love about Twitch. Not quite like YouTube, not quite so territorial. And this started, what, 3 hours ago? 3 hours, 20 minutes ago. This had no paint on it. It was just primer. And we've just been letting the magic of the oils do their thing. So JP, the Easterlings, they are the most dedicated to Sauron. Whereas most of the other Southrons, your Harad, Far Harad, the Candish, the Virigs of Can, they mostly follow Sauron out of fear or greed. The Easterlings, they are true believers. They are the most elite of all of the, shall we say, the bad guys, is the so-called bad guys. And basically the war priests are there to just, they're more about buffing your troops. So they'll give you fury and extra strength, that sort of thing. They don't really have any kind of spells that are going to do anything to the enemy. See, there's Crazy Wolf playing a little bit of an ode to Mordor. Now, of course, I think it's hilarious that we sculpted this, right? And now, thanks to the magic of 3D printing, I could have any number of these in different poses and different weapons. I mean, it was really fun sculpting them. We had a blast sculpting them. It's kind of hilarious that, well, in a way we didn't have to, but now we know, right? I mean, it's not like we don't want to sculpt things anymore. It's just time-wise, it works a little bit better, that's for sure. All right, let me see if I can get some of my... Here, we'll just take some of the Radiant Lemon, and we'll mix that with this here. I think we need a little bit of a reflected light over here on the stern and such. Yeah, JP, that's the scene there where he's looking down at the Harad guy that had fallen out of the... And he just says, where does he come from? Does his family really even know that he's here? And, well, actually, here's one of the... We even started doing Easterling buildings. So we'll be doing some more of those. Now, I don't know, maybe there might be some 3D printed elements to those. If I can either find that, it would be really nice if I had the ability to sculpt those kind of things. I don't. Well, certainly not now, I don't. But maybe there's a time where we have the ability to just maybe sculpt some window things or something like that that could be used for it. I'll lighten this up just a bit more, and then lighten that up a bit, and then the same thing over here. Let's take our blending brush to this. We'll take that big old blob of lighter color and we'll just push that around here a little bit. Actually, where's my dark there? When in doubt, make things darker, which we just did. Sometimes making things darker just works a little bit better. Now we'll go back to that green again. Maybe a little more of the radiant green here. That's more like it. Okay. And a little bit more of our light there. Good enough. No, don't want to go too crazy with that. Now, what's going on here with this roof? Let's see what we can do with this too. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to tell what's supposed to happen with these elements here. I think sometimes it's just somebody not quite sure what they should do there, and they're messing around in ZBrush, and they just say, well, we'll just do this. I think I will lighten up that edge of the roof line. Get that. The more lights that are there, the less light these things are going to look. And of course, even was it 3 days after the ring was destroyed, the Easterlings were still actually fighting in the north. So they went up to Erebor there, and they were still duking it out even after the ring had been destroyed. Now this has been thinned down because the last stuff we put here was very thick. This is mostly brilliant yellow pale with a little hint of the fluorescent yellow in it too. Okay, so that should brighten those up nicely. Let's hit this side too. There, we'll lighten that up now. Okay, and what about our birdie here? I think we will try and use some of this on our phoenix, especially here on his face, I think. Try and lighten up on a little bit of these things on his shoulders right here. Now, obviously, fighting as far away as they were, it took a while for the news to reach, because apparently, I guess the distance that Frodo and Sam covered was something along the lines of basically like walking from St. Louis to Miami or something like that. I mean, obviously they kind of went back and forth a little bit of backtracking on their trail, but the overall distance, I guess, was something along that line. I saw a map of Middle Earth superimposed over a map of the U.S. just to kind of give a sense of how far they actually traveled. All right, there's some of our lights there. But actually, some of the Easterlings, according to Tolkien, they were still fighting even into the Fourth Age. Now, they didn't necessarily have to just give up, and there was some of them that kept on fighting. Because also, too, remember, it wasn't just they were afraid of Sauron, they also hated the Númenóreans, because the Númenóreans were not necessarily the coolest guys in the world. So they had a little bone to pick with some of the Númenóreans. Now this is also set. This is our lightest. We just added to the Phoenix. Let's add a little bit over here too, just in a couple of spots. Now, might have to thin it down. No, it seems like that's going to cover. Seems that that'll cover fine there. JP, well, of course, I was looking for that scene from the Glittering Caves because we've got our Eowyn figure here. Where did she go? She's around here somewhere. There she is. So I was looking for that scene in the Glittering Caves so that we could do a little diorama for this figure right here. And of course, it's one of the unused scenes. And then they showed some of the other unused scenes, which was actually Aragorn fighting Sauron outside the Black Gate. And apparently, when it came time for the movie itself, they switched it from Sauron to that big troll chieftain, which was fine because that meant for our Middle Earth strategy battle game, we got that troll chieftain. Hey, Dano. Dano is back. So yeah, the Easterlings. I mean, they had been and the Candish guys. They've been attacking Gondor for how long? They've been attacking them forever because the Númenóreans had been, well, exploiting their territories and such, trying to push further east. And they still had some worship of Morgoth in there too. It's not like they had forgotten him either. And of course, Umbar, they had their bone to pick with the Númenóreans as well. But it should be interesting trying to do that campaign. The three factions of Arnor fighting against each other. I just have to figure out, do we just dispense with stuff like Arvidui and Malbeth the Seer? All right, what about the other side on this tower here? Let's lighten this section up here too. There we go. Just a little something. It didn't need a lot, just a little something there. Again, the lighter that gets, the less light our windows are because there's really nothing to compare them to. And from what you can see, as kind of grainy as it is, basically he just sort of appears there. He doesn't walk out. He just sort of magically appears. So it's kind of like he's fighting a spell effect or something. It was kind of weird, actually. It did make, that was one of those things that they did where it actually did make more sense doing it that way. All right, Grim. Well, you have a good one, and well, I hope you have a fantastic stream on Wednesday. So again, everybody, please give Grim a follow because Grim will be streaming on Wednesday. At least for the moment, that'll be Grim's regular night there. Actually, I wonder if Drax is going to be streaming. All right, JP, thanks for hanging out as always. I appreciate that, and well, we'll see you Thursday. Let me see if I can get a couple of lights here on this side of the boat here. I don't want to do too much. This has that greenish color to it as well. Don't want it to get too light. But it is supposed to be reflecting the water that's down here. And we got all this, it's all been churned up, right? So we need to make sure we reflect that. Man, I just realized this would be Drax's night to stream, but I know he did LVO, so he might still be in recovery mode from LVO. Now look at the back of the sails here. How much light? I guess I can go a little bit lighter than on the backs of those sails. So just do a little bit more of the, no, I might even thin that down a bit. That is the radiant violet there. Just hit a couple of the sails here.
Enters my domain.
And thank you so much, Wicked Mini Painting, for that raid. Everyone, please give Wicked Mini Painting a follow. Wicked Mini Painting, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, looky here, more Armada ships. Now we got Mr. Iceman and Rifcan. Oh, geez, Rifcan. Nice to see you. And we've got Rockaway and Sluggo. Nice to see you again, too. So we are painting some more of these. These are from Mantic Games. This is the Armada system here. These are the, well, basically high elves. Thank you, Mr. Iceman, for that follow. So here's some of the previous ships that we painted on our Armada Mondays. These are, again, part of the elf fleet. And you can see we're continuing the design of the Phoenix on the sails. And you know, we've had a blast painting the water as well. We're going to be doing a little bit more on our water with this one, too. So Wicked Mini Painting, what are you doing on your stream tonight? And, of course, you know, the usual, if you want to post some links or whatever into the chat of some work in progress since you just finished your stream, and unlikely that you have pictures right now. So yeah, you want to post any links or whatever, that is fine. Now, typically what we're painting here are 3D printed miniatures like this. These are from Archvillain, and I really love their, I think they call it their Frostburn Horrors or something like that. These walrus guys. Well, here's some scale ale for the guys on our boat right there. This is another, again, a 3D print from Archvillain, all painted with the oils. Thanks, Lego. Appreciate that. And of course, well, we just finished this late last night. This is our Prince Imrahil conversion. Might have done a little bit of freehand on that too, here and there. Just a little touch of freehand here and there for some accents, of course. Oh, thanks, Wicked Mini Painting. And it's always fun to, well, either it's object source lighting, like this, also done with the O's, or just a little bit of freehand on the shield. Always so much fun. And of course, we've got our lights back here that also have a little bit of glowiness to them as well. And thank you so much for the follows. That is appreciated. You can tell that Gandalf appreciates that. He's still not so. It's like, yeah, I didn't want a luxury liner. It's like, if you call this a rowboat again, we're gonna shoot you. It's like, you're more like a lifeboat. So yeah, Gandalf, he's not enthused about sailing west on these little boats. Now the hobbits, maybe they're a little bit more, he's like, you know, I'm kind of warming up to this. Not a big boat, but it's mine. So the hobbits just think everything is theirs. The hobbits just think all of it is theirs. Now what we're just trying to do here is find a couple of little mid-tones back here, but not anything that's too light, because then, well, our actual lights, they'll get dimmed a little bit because around them will be all of this much lighter color. So we're trying to keep those as under control as possible. Sometimes too much is too much. Now we're going to just darken the edge of that. Same over here. So I think those now start to look more like windows, especially when we do this. And thank you so much for the raid. Again, if you want to post any links to stuff that you're working on, so folks can get a handle for what you've been doing on the channel. That would be sensational. Now here's some of the other ships. There we go. This is just a tiny sampling here of some of the other Armada ships that we painted. I think the most of any one fleet we've done is the Empire of Dust. Pretty good Basilean and even Orc fleets. We have a few ships from the Dark Elves, the Twilight Kin. Some of those are painted. Now here's some of the other 3D printed stuff we've been doing, also from Archvillain here. Those were early January. These were in December right here. And then these were in November. And actually, well, we're working on our diorama as well. So this is we're filming actually the third part of that series tomorrow. And that's Galadriel versus the Necromancer. I think now I can finally get some of my darks down in here now that that is set. Let me look at the sails here. How much? So there was some more reflected light there. Let's do that too. And we'll just grab, I think this one right here. Let's see what we can do for some reflected light here. Also going to be more of a cooler color because the water down here, not much of it. And you can look at how that darker color is sitting on the end of the brush now. Doji, I don't have a Discord. Grim was kind enough to set one up, and I post things in there. Uh, Grim went off to sleep, but I can always try and maybe send you a link to that or something. With all the other social media stuff that I already do, there's not a whole lot of time for things like a Discord. Instagram, Facebook, those are the things that I work with the most. So there's Wicked Mini painting with some pictures of their Wicked Mini. So Wicked Mini, I hope the things have been going well the last couple of weeks. Blending brush again. This is no layers. Hashtag no layers. We're just like these colors here. We threw these much lighter colors on there, just plopped them on. Then we took this brush and we just sort of feathered the edges of them. And we can continue to do that here. Let's grab again some of the more like the magenta here. So this is kind of what we did. We just did this. We threw in some lighter color like so. Then we just took this, much broader brush for blending. I just went after the edges of it. Oh, look at that. Were there layers of paint necessarily? There was not, but we will also have to salute Sarge with a shamrock shake. Thank you so much, Sarge. Man, Mickey, Wicked Mini Paint, I'm glad that you're having some fun with it. The last November and December when things took me away from it for even just a few days, it was weird. It was really, really weird. Hey, Sarge, Emery Hill is all done. He's all that, a little bit of freehand on the horsey and the flag there. Now, actually, I'm looking forward to doing this same color scheme. See if I can get it to work on maybe some of the 3D printed horsies that I've got. That would be fun. So Sarge, I hope that your week is off to a decent start. I know you've got a long 6 days ahead there. Hopefully it won't seem too long. I know it can sometimes. As we a couple of more darks in here. Yeah, a little bit more like so. Well, let's darken this a little bit too. We might have to come back in there with just a couple of lights on that little bit of filigree. So let's see what we can do with that here. We'll just stick mostly, I think, with the brilliant yellow pale. We've got that pretty well thinned down here already. Maybe even a little bit thinner. Again, it's a balance. Too thin, it's going to turn into a pin line wash. And that's pretty much the last thing we want to do because, well, we want our darks in the shadows there. Oh, there we go. Armored Wolf posted the link, Doshi. Yeah, and you saw that there. So thanks, Armored Wolf. And if everyone could please give the best moderator on Twitch also a follow on Instagram. And please check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page. And look at all the amazing things that Armored Wolf does. A fantastic artist. So yeah, Doshi. Actually, you can see that I posted the pictures of the Imri Hill conversion. So you should see that. There's the Wappleville, and then there's also the, was it the paint showcase or something like that? So those are the two areas that I post stuff in. There is also, I think, a section for 3D printing. There. So Sarge, do you have any specific mission when you do get back to the hobby time and stuff? Is there anything real specific you wanted to tackle? Or are you just looking for any sort of, does any hobby time is fantastic time? Which of course we know that is always the case. Just a couple of lights right there, and now let's see what we can do on the other side here.
Who enters my domain?
Well, looky here, there's a doctor in the house. There's a doctor in the house. Nobody, apparently nobody has eaten any apples lately because doesn't an apple a day keep the doctor away? But probably not this doctor. Thanks so much, Dr. Faust. Appreciate that. We are painting some more, yes, some more Armada ships here. And we're continuing with our Phoenix theme on the sails. There's a couple of others. We've painted these over the last couple of weeks. So these are from Mantic Games. And as you can see, the Phoenix rises on one sail after the next. Hey, Freestyle, nice to see you again, too. Okay, so I know, Sarge, well, let's see, with your Army of the Dead, did you get the, because you were combining them with the 3 hunters, right? And I know you were trying to figure out a setting, right? What was the port that they showed up at? I know you were trying to figure out the backdrop and everything. So that sounds like it's going to be a neat project there, Sarge. It really does. Well, you know me, more Lord of the Rings, more better. And of course, Sarge, they just announced a couple of new Easterling heroes. So yes, our Easterlings are going to get some more love, which is always fantastic. Because, you know, Easterlings love us some Easterlings. Hey, Warframe, nice to see you back too. Well, happy Monday to everybody. Hopefully your Monday, as we like to say here, didn't have too much Monday in it. Yes, Harlan, okay. So again, I, I'm also tempted to try this same thing, maybe on, oh gosh, I think it was the Printomancer folks. They had some knights, and they're a little bit larger scale. This might be fun to try on those guys too. Yeah, Sarge, I had no idea. Armored Wolf, he said, "Hey, did you see these?" Knowing that I probably had not seen them already, and sure enough, I had not. Obviously, they'll be Forge World, no doubt about it. And well, where's our Easterling Beefy Chiefy? Yeah. And of course, we didn't need to sculpt this because now one of the digital sculptor guys, I mean, of course, there's nothing like this, right? Thank you so much, Mina. Appreciate that. I mean, like the cloth that we did here, just to make sure we could carry on our Easterling freehand. So thank you very much for that sub, Mina. Much appreciated. A happy Tuesday morning to you. Because I know for a lot of folks out there, it is already Tuesday. Not quite Tuesday here, where we got a half an hour to go yet till it's Tuesday. I want to see if I can't sneak some of this. No, I don't even know if I really need to make the deck that much lighter. I don't think so. We'll see if we can maybe hit the masts here. The other ones, as I look at them, they're not that light. Thank you so much, Taurus Craft. I appreciate that. And of course, Gandalf does too. Now, with when we had all of our Candish guys out here, Gandalf was actually challenging them to a race, and he's like, "Yeah, what is this like Noah's Ark or something for tiny horses? Come on." Well, even Shadowfax is getting all over these boats here. So it's 5:30 in the morning there for Kelt. That's usually about the time I'm getting to sleep here Central Time. Sometimes later, like yesterday, or even later, like 7:30, a couple of nights before that. Well, less night, more morning. More of a morning than a night. Yeah, let's lighten up the top of this if we can. Same over here. Little bit of light on the. I guess it's a cannon. I'm not quite sure. I know it's a gun of some sort or a weapon of some sort. Sometimes they're bolt throwers. Sometimes they're cannons. And 15 inches of snow for Abina. Wow, Abina, that's quite the snowfall. Now, I guess I suppose in mountainous regions too. I guess that's no surprise there. I don't know if that's an unusual snowfall for you, or if that's just like, yeah, that can happen. Here, let's do a bit more of our, yeah, hit the spar, make it a little bit lighter. Just do that. Yeah, yeah, Kilt. Well, it's kind of a combination of a few things. It's since Kathy streams during the day, well, that pretty much leaves us to be denizens of the night. It's also the best time for me to do things like filming my videos, all my tutorials and stuff, or things like the Patreon page and YouTube, because, well, there's not going to be doorbells ringing or phones going off, that sort of thing. And we used to stream live on YouTube, and gosh, that used to start at 2:30 in the morning my time. So in Europe it was breakfast time.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
And of course, in Australia, it was getting to be supper time. And thank you so much, Distance, for the win. You shall not. Yeah. You shall not pass. It's like, well, if you ever see a big giant eagle cloud in the sky, yeah, you're not going to pass that. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. The Numenorians kind of learned that lesson, did they? Yeah. So eagle shadow, watch out for that. Of course, that's comes along and says, "Oh man, you just missed him." He's like, "Yeah. The old guy was just here." It's like, "Well, don't tell him, but tell me if you see him again, cause I'm gonna dump him in volcano." Yeah, because I've had it with him. He thinks I'm his own personal Uber service. That was Guahir, for in case anybody was wondering. Let's just say that he and Gandalf have a strained relationship now. Yeah, Middle Earth is a little bit different here in Wappleville. Let's see. Also, 800 feet above sea level, so that's a normal. I figured when you said that, you're like, yeah, it's snow, whatever. Of course, Dano was sitting there at 8,000 degrees. I think Australia is about twice as warm as the surface of the sun. So Dano is there sweltering. So you saw I just infused a little bit more of the lighter color there. Let's go back around this way. Loot. I don't remember Loot Studios having ships. Of course, there's been so many files that we've been looking at. And of course, where's our, here it is. Here, let's not have this on there. So we've got our different vehicle files that we've been printing here. Let me see if we can get this thing straightened out a bit. There we go. So there's the Lehman Rust that we printed out. I do believe now we have printed out essentially a 30K Predator pretty much. That's what that looks like. And now we've got a Chimera file that we can do. Looking forward to printing out some chimeras. Yeah, so 26 overnight. That's got to be a good 85-ish or so. Yeah, so who would have known that Mirkwood is Australia? Just minus all the trees, but plenty of spiders and other critters. I'm gonna just throw a couple of more lights up here too on the top of that sail. Look at how we're holding the brush. First of all, 2 fingers, no, yeah, just 2 fingers here. Also, none of this, right? No death grip on the brush. The hand is way back here, right? It gives us more leverage. See, I got my hand on this hand. See my hand shaking at all? You see that moving around? It's not moving anywhere. That's not the screen is not frozen. That was me just kind of trying to show that, yes, a gentler grip on the brush. Well, first of all, pretty essential for oils anyway. Also, it's going to be less stressful on your hands. So as you're painting, that's always a good thing. So Sarge, I guess, is getting some snow there. I guess we have snow coming too. I guess in Michigan, lots of snow. So Sarge, is that going to create a ton of commuting hassles for you? All right, well, Doji, you have a good one. We'll see you later. Yeah, let's do a bit of there. Okay, I think we got those planks pretty well set. Gotta figure out what is going on here. So it'll shut the place down. So Sarge, I guess, now, do you think it's gonna be like, gosh, wasn't it February last year? It's starting to sound an awful lot like February of last year. It sure does. Now, of course, I don't think it's going to be terribly cold here. It's only supposed to be about 31 or something like that on Wednesday, maybe in the high 20s the next day. All right, well, Dano, lurking is working, especially when you're working while lurking. And we know that you got the calls and everything else to do. Let me see if I can't along the tops. There we go. I knew there was something missing here. We had done our pin line washes in there, but now that's set up a little bit better. So I think tomorrow here it'll be maybe 38 or 39 degrees or something like that. So I'm guessing then that well, it's interesting that it won't be all that much cooler down there than it is up here. Of course, who knows? Everything could be completely wrong. And it could all be very different by the time it actually comes about. All right, let's see if we need some more. Yeah, I might actually get just some more of my white out here. It's not like we won't be needing it tomorrow and the next day and the day after that. We'll just put a little bit out here. Yeah, because wasn't it 20? Was it? It was below zero out there, right? And the snow and everything. That's what made all the windmills seize up and everything. because I seem to remember just all of a sudden February came along last year and there was a lot of snow. I remember that. Now, thanks, Bithron, for doing the clip as always. Now, I've got this really thinned down. This is our white over here. A couple of places I wanted to use it, especially along the crests of some of these waves. Now, again, that's actual wave texture there. That's something that I did myself with the heavy gloss gel. You can see we've got some waves incorporated there, because otherwise it's just a bare wooden base like this. That's all it is. This is not actually, they're not painted on, that's actually, well, sculpted on for all intents and purposes. Here, let's see if we can't lighten up the wake here a little bit more. Yeah, and again, the really thin paint is what's doing the job here. Let's see, ice and sub-zero to, yeah, that was a crazy one there. Pithron, sorry that you're playing hurt there. I'll lighten that up a little bit too. So again, there's actual texture here that we're able to actually slap some paint on. A little more like this. I'll try and lighten that up too. Right up here, if we can. Ah, there we go. It's always a balancing act with the oils as far as how much thinner you are or not going to use. And remember, okay, this we're using maybe a lot of thinner with this white. It's still going to be white. It'll still cover. It is not like acrylics. It's a whole different ball game. With the oils, you can thin them, but you cannot dilute them. At least not like the way you can with the acrylics. And of course, we were just doing that on this thing last night. I think I was taking some of the, I don't know, what was it, either GW glaze things or whatever, watering those down, or maybe some of the contrast paints, watering those down, and then basically doing your more traditional glazes. Oh, and also reflected light here. We were talking about that earlier. There's a lot of blues reflected on these golds. Why? Because there's blues everywhere. Blue floor, blue cloak, blue everything. It's literally surrounded in blue. So how in the world would you not have blue reflected onto that gold? There's just no way that would not happen. If you don't have the reflected light and those reflections, you could still have some nice shading or whatever, but it's just not going to look like metal, because that's what your brain is looking for with metal, is that sort of reflected shiny stuff. No reflections, no shiny. No shiny, no metal. Let's see if I can't. Down here, catch a few more instances of, there we go. And I also really need to do that on a couple of these too. See if we can sneak this in here. And another one right there. That's good. So Dr. Faust, of course, everybody, I'm sure at this time, if you're awake at this time, you're already following Dr. Faust. But as always, Dr. Faust, if you're still around there and you wanted to post anything, any kind of links to anything, your Instagrams or whatever, into the chat, feel free. But yeah, I'm sure most folks here are already following Dr. Faust. Okay, I think we brought up some of our lights there again, but I really do enjoy all that reflected green light down there. I'm glad that you'll hopefully be healed up enough tomorrow to be able to get back into the game and back into the race and be painting again. I'm going to try and dive down into here again. You can see that not every edge of the boat has the same amount of the light next to it. It essentially kind of creates its own waves. Now we've done that, we're going to take a blending brush here to this. You can see it doesn't wipe that out completely, it tones it down a little bit. That's all that we're looking to do here. Okay, let's do our... Do we need to do any more up here? I don't know, I'm going to actually create another little... Yeah, okay, that's good. Now here, these waves here, well, those are just... That's just the water, right? We can't have bow crest all the way out here. Unless it had one of those prows, kind of almost like that tumble home design or whatever, where the bow is well under the water. And here, let's do the couple more of our lighter lines here again to try and distinguish the crests of some of those waves. And that is the sculpted texture. That's not, we're not just painting on some waves here. They're actually sculpted on just using some heavy gloss gel. Now you can check out my latest YouTube video where we also use that same exact heavy gloss gel to create icicles, and that was on this guy here. Where's our Troll King? There we go. So we sculpted some icicles on him with the same stuff. We also use that as fire. So check this out here. So that sword is not a flaming sword. We took that same material and just basically created flames. And actually this one has some icicles on it right here. So you can see the icicles hanging off of that little tree right there. And it's just Liquitex. What's the other one that has a Liquitex and golden acrylics? Both seems to work equally as well. I want to see if I can't pick up a couple more lights on this tower right here. Again, not too many. These couple of things right here. Let me see if I can do this with the way. We have it nice and thin down. It's pretty fresh. Let's see if we can't just bring out a couple of these shapes. If it's too much, too light, I can always take a blending brush or whatever and wipe some of that away. Or I could just take one of my makeup sponges and wipe the whole thing away. We've done that for sure. Like here, that's just too much. So I just took my blending brush there and just got rid of most of it. We actually quite literally took our makeup sponges here and we wiped some paint off there. There was one design over here that wasn't working, so we just wiped it away. I don't want to get too much later, I think, on the Phoenix. I mean, it's about it for right now. These guns, we did this on the other side. We did it on the port side. We have to, I think, maybe lighten up these guns over here on the starboard side too. Yeah, poof, there we go. Now, must have been on the other side where we did our dark. So we'll come back into here. And just with these muzzles right here, we're going to try and get some dark into those. And maybe even on the underside too here of those. Do I need to darken this down more? No, I don't think so. I'm trying to think also too, where do I have to glue this on? So there's just a little bit of a line that I want to sharpen that up a bit. And oh, and this too, yeah. thought so. On the other side, don't have to worry about that because you just, with the sail there, you're not going to see it. Now, to get the sails in here, you could pin those, right? You could pin those in there. What I actually ended up doing was just using my green stuff glue trick and the jib on here. There's no points where you can actually glue it. I just took a dot of green stuff and a dot of green stuff. On either side of the green stuff was glue. So glue on the sail, glue on the spar. In between was a dot of green stuff. And basically that holds it there, right? Instead of you just sitting there like an idiot holding that for 20 minutes while your fingers are getting glued together. And just once it's also set, it's a little bit stronger as well because now it's in contact with more than just that one tiny point. So that can make a big difference. Again, glue, green stuff glue. I actually have a video on the YouTube channel that sort of talks about that. For all those, well, I think was Infinity has miniatures with lots of tiny little parts that you cannot pin. Or those resin miniatures that, well, also have tiny little parts that you cannot pin. This, there's a line here that I want to sharpen up.
Hello,
Right
little
there.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much. Oh, I almost said Dr. Foz. I got my thing scrolled wrong. Thank you so much, Will Wins. Well, let me see. How many will points do I have? You have way too many will points in that Vanquishers list. Let me tell you something. It's like everybody hates the Vanquishers list. Come on, man. I just heard more people whining about the Vanquishers list. I wonder if that's how it's going to go with the Easterlings. Yeah, I'm going to go from the, oh my gosh, you use Easterlings, so sad, to, oh my gosh, you're one of those power gamers that only uses Easterlings. I wonder if that's what's going to happen when Defense of the North comes out. Because that would be very interesting. That's as the person who played Tomb Kings and Sisters of Battle when they were the old Sisters of Battle, not I don't know how they are in the current meta, but yeah, these were not they weren't so grand, at least in the meta that I was playing stuff in. Yeah, let's bring in a bit more. I'll have to really try and see what the Vanquishers list is like what we have. Fortunately, we got some things for him to fight against, right? Where's our, there we go. There's our Nazgul, and we painted all of those, some of them on stream, some of them on the YouTube channel. All right, well, Dana, I understand a food run. I would not mind some food myself, so I understand. You have a good one, and well, hopefully we'll see you on Thursday, but I'm sure shooting you a message later tonight. So I'll catch you later tonight. All right, there's a little bit more light. There we go. Yeah. Bit more light. See what we can do here on some of these. Not really sure I want those to be metal per se, but also want to get the inside there on some of the catapults or whatever those are, the ballistas. Nah, that's got too much green. We need a little more yellow in it. Yeah, a little bit more yellow here. Now this is maybe here. Let's get some Indian yellow into this and start to maybe warm up a couple of areas. We have a lot of cooler colors in our greens here. I'm going to try and warm some areas up a bit, if that's possible here. Yeah, like here. Get towards the bow. Maybe some areas of the stern here. We'll try and bit more of our warmer yellows into that. Just looking for middle tones, not looking for really light colors or anything. And I think we're good. We're good there. I'm going to try and get a little bit more my lights there. Now, of course, the sail is really sort of casting a shadow over this area, so probably shouldn't go too nuts making these things lighter. Yeah, we shouldn't do too much there. Now this, I'm going to backtrack here and go back to the violet there. Well, yeah, now it's violet mixed with a little bit of Indian yellow. And that actually is going to make a very interesting, well, kind of like palette sludge. Yes, palette sludge, it's a color. I swear we're going to have to make some containers of that for Adepticon or something. Just to see the look on people's face when they go, wait, what? Palette sludge? What is that? I will throw a little bit of these, that same, well, palette sludge color onto the masts there. There's really not a lot of mixing on the palette. When you look at this, there's, as I look at it here, there's very little mixing of colors that actually happens there. It happens here, right? Just like the sails where we threw the light colors on there. We use this as a blending brush, right, and did all the nice, soft, smooth blending stuff there. It's not just a better use of your time. It's more chill, more relaxed. This is what I do every day, all day for a living, but for folks that don't get to paint very often, time is pretty much just as important for you. You have no more time to paint those armies in some ways than I do. So yeah, if you're looking to find yourself more time for getting the armies painted, spending less time per figure, that works. This is again a little bit of dry brush of a little bit of that teal color right there. Why? Because see all this light churned up water right here. That's reflecting on the underside of the hull here. I'm gonna look at my sails over here, see if these grommets need some more lights on them. Maybe not. And now here we'll go back to the deck here. And I'm going to see if I can't get a couple of lights just in a few spots. Without getting paint all over our Phoenix. Now these guys down here, I gotta fade those. I think what we will do is just clean out our brush here really quickly, I think. And what we're gonna do now is again that tap, 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 the kind of Morse code here. And you see, it doesn't take much to have a big effect on those. If we were to just do this, they would just be wiped away completely. We don't want to do that. We're just trying to tone these things down, like this over here. So see, it starts to blend more into the sail itself. Not quite so noticeable. Same over here. Just toning that down a little bit. Same thing with our flames out on the other. It's not like we've wiped them away. We've just toned them down a little bit. And here too, I've got some of the sail color there. I'm actually transferring that down here. Kind of like it, so we'll do maybe some more. I wanted it to be darker anyways. Now I have some more contrast right along the top edge of this here. We want a hard edge there. It was a little bit smushy. I think that just did the trick. We might need to do the same over here, but I think we'll use our liner brush. And this is not a, this is just a synthetic brush here. These are about 4.5, maybe $5 on the high side. And this is from Princeton. You can also, I think, pretty much find the same thing with Winsor Newton with their Cotman brushes. Those are the blue handle ones, like these guys right here. And it's a liner brush. It's not a spotter brush. Those things, we tried those initially when the sable brushes were hard to get and just not really doing very well, right? With the natural hair bristles and such. So we started getting some spotters because that's what was available. But man, those spotters just die. Even with the oils, those spotters just get destroyed so quickly. The liner brushes are so much more rugged because, well, you have 2 to 3 times the length of the bristles, and of course, not as much paint is going to get in the ferrule. All right, well, thanks so much, Sarge, and well, hopefully you don't have to have too many issues trying to do your commuting back and forth there over the next couple of days. Yeah, just let me know how you're doing down there. And thanks as always. You have a good one. All right, I'm going to, well, look at this. There's even a little bit of the fluorescent orange in there too. So this right here, darker, okay, fine, but I also want to get that warmer color in there. So we just made that warmer now. A little bit like what we did up here, up towards the bow. All right, back here, maybe some of the same thing. And even here too, you know what, this could be interesting if I were to not just darken that up, but warm that up a little. Yeah, even more of a contrast now to this. It's not really so much a value contrast, but it's a, we have this almost warmer yellow color here, and then almost like this greenish blue turquoise down here, because so darn close to the water, of course. And churned up water at that. Yeah, Sarge, well, that's why you did the pro plan for Adepticon, right? Just on the off chance. Gotta be pro. For sure. And I'm not going to put any of this, no, I'm not going to go any lighter there. I was thinking about the Phoenix. Just right there. Just right where his head is, and that's about it. This is about as light as I would want to go with any of the light oranges, for sure. See what we can do on the ballistas over here. That's just a little bit foggy on the details. There's a bit of a gap there, and I just basically very quickly threw in some of my heavy gloss gel, the same gel that I used to make the wave effect here. More of our light there. Okay, we'll do the same here too. I've been trying to catch this one edge for a while here. I think this might be the angle that I need to go after it. Boom, there we go. That's, much more like it. Yeah. And these guys here, again, if I would like to maybe even an hour or something like that, I could potentially go back and just sort of tone down some of that. My windows here, do I need to lighten those up? I'm going to see if I can get a little bit of the that brilliant yellow pale slash fluorescent yellow combo going here. Now this is much thicker. I think the last time we did it very thin. And we never did get the lightest stuff on these windows because I didn't notice these here. Okay, that does the trick. Does the trick. Let's do these last 4 here. poof, and there. So I'm pretty sure, as much as I would love to do some 2D stuff, we'll be painting some of those trolls from Archvillain. I've got one of them sitting right here. It is, yeah. And we've got two other ones printed out already, and they're big. That's a 60mm base that he's just kind of hopped onto there. So, and I think we'll use the same skin tone color scheme as the Troll King, which we painted a couple of weeks ago. So poof, there we go. He's going to be a little bit like that. I think it's going to be really, really fun. Right, put some light on the top edge here. And I think we've gone as light as we can there. Let's see on the deck right here. That's, yes, I want some dark over there to just show some difference, but I'm going to grab this. That's the brown matter mixed with a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale. And we need a little something here. Same thing right here. That's just the original pre-glaze still sitting there right here on the deck. So we're just going in with our, again, our liner brush. You can see I can get in a lot of precarious areas there. Thanks, Bithron. I think he's the most dynamic, maybe, I guess, if you were to say that, of all of them. There's, they got some really unusual gear, we'll put it this way. They're sporting some really unusual stuff, but that's, I guess that's kind of what makes them arch villain. We'll lighten up some of our, yeah, let's get this green a little bit, or this red to complement the sort of greenish color that we put in those lights a while ago. Now this also, I'm going to try and get a little bit on the deck right there, and then this needs to be darkened out. This will get a little bit of reflected light onto it here. Just a little bit. Sails. Do we need to make a sales pitch on here? No, I think we're all good. And we actually made the spar relatively light on that thing. Okay, good to know. Yeah, once you've done that initial sort of color test figure, that is something that I suggest people do. It's always the second episode of every one of my army painting series. I always do some kind of color test figure, because it's not about just capturing a color scheme. It's, wow, that took way longer than I thought it was going to. And you can either say, well, you know, as I paint the rest of the army, maybe it'll take less time. Or you say, well, that's more time than I've got, or more time than I'm willing to spend. Maybe I'll only do that effect on big boss guys instead of on everybody. Yeah, now Bithron, there was, actually, I was at the drugstore earlier today. The guy, he's now bought himself a 3D printer, which is really cool. And he's been able to print out, he found Primaris Marine files, but he was searching Prime Beef. I guess that's the code word. But maybe that was on Thingiverse or something else, because I did that on my mini factory and I did not find any Primaris there. Most of the stuff I see is pretty much 30K, or sort of vaguely-ish 30K. All right, I've got a little bit of my turquoise here. I'm going to see if I can't throw that as a reflection just in a couple of spots here. And just like we did over there, amidships here, I think I might, and towards the bow, I'm going to look at getting this a little lighter here too. It's not like I want to, again, just completely nuke any shadows that are here. But here, that's a little too dark for being right next to all that churned water, especially being metal. So we're going to lighten that up a little, but only so much. If we lighten it up too much, we will lose any sense of the light and dark and shape. We don't want to do that. So I think you could see what we did there. And that's a wave right there. I was thinking, why did I have that light color there? Here's another bit that probably should get some of this light here. Yeah, Bithron, I mean, all kidding aside, it's a little bit scary. I was even just looking at some of the Lord of the Rings stuff, and we're talking about some of the really old things, and it just is a bit scary. I mean, it's not that I wouldn't want to do those, but yikes. All right, now I might just come back in. Prussian blue? Yeah, let's start with Prussian blue. Maybe. Okay, I'll throw in a hint of the phthalo green here, perhaps. Hint of phthalo. Like so. Yeah. Uh, more of that on this side. Right here. Along the hull. Don't want to darken it up too much right next to the hull. So see what we got there. We've got sort of one dark, then a couple of middle tones, then another dark, then back to a couple of middle tones again. Then back to another dark right here. I'm looking, okay, that relatively free of paint. I'm going to take the Prussian blue here, and we're going to just fade this a little bit. That was looking too much just like a line. Now, indigo. Right here on the forward edge of our base there. And also create some darks in the way, but even darker than some of these that we've been making here. Oh, thanks, Bitron. Because, well, of course, it could help really accelerate the chapter studies things and just give us some more options. I mean, we'll still have to use the regular GW ones because it might be hard for people to translate just the 3D printed thing. But for some of the sub chapters, right? I mean, after we do all the big guys and what are the splinter chapters, that's the successor chapters and stuff. I think that's where we could use those for either that or just actually converting. It was just weird. Yeah, I had no luck finding those. Because Armored Wolf has been really hard at work. He's got a white scars. He's got a space puppy all set to go. So those will be our upcoming chapter studies videos. But I'm just trying to think for months from now where we want to do the Howling Griffins or something. That was a successor chapter, wasn't it? And I know there's just tons of other ones too, so I thought maybe for those guys, that's what we could use the printable stuff for. So white scars coming up next because, well, everybody wants to know how to paint white, just like, well, everybody was wondering how do you paint an Imperial Fist, especially in oils. It's super easy. It's almost criminally easy. Let me tell you, it's having painted thousands and thousands of points of Imperial Fists, it's easy. My goodness. Oh, salamanders. That's right, Armored Wolf. Man, I had a lot of fun painting the salamanders with that. Remember that crazy little bit of freehand? Speaking of freehand, and also a little bit of turquoise in there. Man, I really loved doing that pattern. Looking forward to that. Oh, you know what? Yeah, know what? As much as I like that dark over there, that's too dark. We shall come in there with some of that greenish color. So yeah, Armored Wolf, do you think Grimm is ever going to forgive me if I don't paint ultramarines in ultramarine blue or with ultramarine blue? Oh, it's gonna drive him nuts. So Raven Guard and Space Puppies on the table. I think we're going good there. Now, do I have to? I'm just looking at the tops of these. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see what happens if I darken these down along the top, and possibly even with something like this here. Uh, kind of because the sails are there. Let's see what happens with this. Yeah, that might just do the trick there. Wish there was a fourth one there, but there's not. Actually, so Armored Wolf, the dice bag that you've done once or twice, the oh gosh, what are they? The night, not night wolves, not night haunts. What the heck are they? That bag that's so popular. Are there basically sort of like those, like they used to do with the Thousand Sons, Night Lords? I think that's what they called them. Is there sort of almost like a conversion type thing, right, with the different heads, Night Lords? Hey, Lady B, how you doing? So also speaking of which, everybody, go check out Armored Wolf on Instagram. You want to see some really fantastic Night Lords dice bags? That's where you're gonna find them. They will really be fantastic. So add a little bit of the red in there, just like what we were doing here along the sides of the ship. Just along the sides there. Darken this up, but also adding a tiny smidge of that sort of magenta. Look at that. We literally have a turquoise reflected greenish light there. Can I get closer to this? I think I can. I can. Boom. Yeah, now maybe you could see that it's got that same color here, but then it's got the color from the water down over there. So very fun. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Raptors. That was. Do you remember that Thousand Suns? I was trying to make a Raptors unit of Thousand Suns, and I had. I think I was using, the plastic card to create what looked like, well, the wings and then the claws and stuff. Yeah, I cut off their feet and made them have sort of like talons or claws. I remember when I was trying to rework the area for filming the battle reports, I ran across the box that had all that stuff in it. That so Armored Wolf. Do you think that's why MW or MG, what was it, MWG was doing what that Kickstarter thing? Why they were basically doing Chaos Marines then? I wonder if that had a little something to do with it. Hit them where they ain't. Now, well, actually, what I'm probably gonna do here is thinking about maybe Burnsy. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see Drax streaming right now. I know the Teals. Well, he's also streaming there too. I just, I guess outside of the old Thousand Suns, with all the metal helmets and metal shoulder pads, I don't remember any other. Well, I guess there was maybe there wasn't even a Nurgle conversion kit or anything. Ah, that's weird, Mithran, that the campaign is still up. I thought that was only supposed to be a week long. I don't know, maybe they extended it or something, or maybe I just didn't see that right. That could have been, what was that? Their the preview page or something. That might not have been the actual campaign that I saw. I don't know why I thought that was only going to be a week long. And I saw Wombat Combat Prime. Is there? Well, actually, let me refresh things. Ah, so it has 1 day left. Ah, there we go. He's on his we'll be right back screen. All right, Grundy. Well, look at this, Grundy. It's how fortuitous is that? The last few drops fortified. Thank you so much. Grundy, looking forward to seeing some pics of what you were painting there. And thanks so much. So let me see. We'll just head over. Maybe we'll head over Teal's way. Maybe he is. Let's see what Burnsy's got going on here. So I think maybe we'll head Burnsy's way. Let's head over Burnsy's way. So I do want to say thank you to everybody for all the subs and the bits and the cheers and the follows. And here's yet another one of our elf ships from Armada continuing. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for doing the moderating thing. Really do appreciate that. Now, I do believe the next stream that we will be doing Thursday would be trying to paint up this guy right here. He's the same as, well, same faction anyway, as the Walrus guys here. So yes, 3D print from Archvillain. We should have a lot of fun doing that. Oh, thanks, Sabina. And Bitsron, you have a good one. Thanks for doing the clips and such. Here, we'll get our raid countdown started here and get this underway. Oh, thanks, Kilt. I appreciate that. And hopefully we see you Thursday. So thank you so much. And here, we'll get our raid going right now.